The abyss was enormous. After experiencing a battle, the earth around it collapsed even further, becoming more and more grand. The underground palace was vast, unexpectedly an expanse of underground buildings. It was unknown just how many years had passed, but they still stood tall. Feng Xingtian was the first to rush inside, entering the underground palace. To their surprise, there weren't any terrifying symbols. Entering quite smoothly, no unexpected dangers happening. A green ancient tree grew here, as if carved from green jade. Regardless of whether it was leaves, trunk, or roots, everything was like this, green and lush, full of vitality. Ever since coming to this ancient battlefield, everything he saw was reddish-brown, the earth dry and ice-cold, lacking vitality. He never expected to see this type of plant in the underground world. Sure Hao had just entered the underground palace when he felt that something was wrong. It was because the plants were flourishing a bit strange. This was a world of its own. This was a small world, far from being as simple as the overcast underground palace from before. The scene inside completely changed. There were many trees, strong and vigorous. The underground palace's ancient structures they saw before were hidden within these lush and luxuriant plants, some of them inside of forests. Pang! Black energy overflowed. Feng Xingtian took action. Another dark demon fist smashed outwards, attacking it sure how to stop him. However, it was clearly too hard for him to kill his opponent. If people of this level began fighting, there was no way a conclusion could be reached in a short amount of time. I am unwilling to accept this. Do you dare fight me alone? Feng Xingtian said. Even if I fought you alone, you still aren't my opponent. Sure Hao said. What a joke. If I fought you alone, killing you won't even take much effort. Feng Xingtian remained extremely arrogant. The corners of Sure Hao's lips curled slightly. He released a cold laugh and said, Then perfect. There's only the two of us here, so feel free to give it a try. Pleasant-sounding laughter sounded. Princess Yao Yu nodded and said, You two can fight all you want. The two of us definitely won't interfere. While speaking, she rushed into the underground palace depths, entering the lush ancient trees to carefully search about. Xian Kuan also left, entering the palace in search of immortal karma. Feng Xingtian raised his hand, forming a mysterious magical imprint. It was no longer surging dark energy, but instead a type of crazy wind. His clan wasn't called the Wind Clan for no reason. Earth, fire, wind, water, the four primary elements, the wind attribute making up the basis of their clan. Not only was the precious technique world-shocking, there was also a corresponding ancient heavenly art. In that instant, wind roared about the underground palace. It was as if heavenly thunder exploded, the scene astonishing. When watching from the distance, large amounts of stars appeared, blown down by the great wind, smashing down towards Sure Hao. This was an irregular scene. Feng Xingtian naturally couldn't blow down the stars in the sky, but that type of irregular scene wasn't completely unfounded. Their old ancestor did accomplish this in the past, the stars in the sky falling down with the wind from a single thought. This was enough to speak of how frightening this clan's powerful individual was. Suddenly, a streak of moonlight shone down from the distance, sweeping towards Feng Xingtian. Yao Yu took action. At the same time, Xian Kuan also released a grunt, displaying a great method. Earthen energy pervaded the air. A tremendous wave of power smashed over, attacking Feng Xingtian. The two said they would stay out of it, yet it was all fake. They wanted to immediately eliminate Feng Xingtian. I knew you all wouldn't keep to your promises. Feng Xingtian said coldly. What promise is there to speak of with you? Xian Kuan said coldly. He was attacked from the back when he was recuperating, almost dying, so he naturally carried a great hatred inside. As for Yao Yu, it was only because she felt that Feng Xingtian posed too great of a threat, because he not only grasped the Wind Clan's inheritance, he also obtained some type of darkness ancient heavenly art, an extremely dangerous individual. I'm going to kill you all, Feng Xingtian roared. In the crazy winds, black haze covered the sun and earth, surrounding this place. His figure went into hiding, disappearing from this place. This place immediately became dark, nothing visible anymore. The other three opened their heavenly eyes, carefully searching about. Those with exceptional talent like them, cultivating 3 strands of immortal energy, normally speaking, naturally could open heavenly eyes. However, even though they opened their heavenly eyes, it was still a bit difficult for them to see through the darkness, to the extent where even their divine senses were seriously affected. The darkness, heavenly art, and wind clan's foundational force worked together, the effects astonishingly great. The 2 types of ancient methods complemented each other, becoming more and more frightening and powerful. Dang! In that instant, a black war spear swept out, almost cutting open a terrifying wound across Xianxia's waist. It was smashed aside by his palm, avoiding this disaster. Wang! Within the wind sounds, a vibrating noise rang out. The black shadow within was too fast, rushing murderously at Princess Yaoyu. The 2 clashed fiercely, fighting a life and death battle. Immediately afterwards, they separated. The chest of Princess Yaoyu, who previously suffered injuries from the battle between 4 great experts, rose and fell, clearly feeling quite the pressure. She received more serious injuries. Dong! An enormous sound rang out, exploding by Hao's ears. The darkness was everywhere. Feng Xingtian was already taking action against him, attacking him from the darkness. Only, Hao's reaction was too fast, immediately supporting his single heavenly passage, locking down everything. He then attacked in a berserk manner, tangling with that figure, unleashing the most intense blows. There were naturally quite a few people who arrived above the abyss, already seeing the indistinct palace. Right now, a few people couldn't hold back, rushing down. They also wanted to explore this place, wishing to obtain the immortal Dao inheritance. Only, as soon as these geniuses descended and entered this palace's small world, they immediately felt a wave of shock, as well as a great pressure. Pooh! The geniuses who approached had just opened their mouths, and then silently turned into bloody paste, unable to even release a cry, scattering away along with that terrifying wind. One had to bear in mind that they were all official disciples, yet when they entered the underground palace's small world, they were all erased by Feng Xingtian's domain. One could imagine how intense the struggle between the great experts was. Outsiders had just entered their battlefield, yet already suffered such tragic ends. Then, several more people came, similarly unable to escape disaster, disintegrating under the precious techniques of several great experts. Fortunately, their life-saving symbols displayed their use, absorbing the essence blood, and then all of the bone symbols rushed into the sky, fleeing this place. This time, the people above the abyss saw this, every single one of them turning pale with fright. Those bone symbols were given to them by the elders, used to protect their lives. They never thought that unexpected things would happen to the ones who went down so quickly. If they didn't have the bone symbol, those people would definitely be dead, completely dying. Heavens, what is going on? Even the official disciples of the academy will die instantly after going down? Too terrifying. Listen, there's wind sounds below. It's most likely Wind Clan's heavenly talent displaying might. Woo, but who is the one he is fighting? To actually be able to injure him, I wonder what the situation is like now. Above the abyss, everyone was discussing among themselves, full of expectation, wishing to know who exactly was stronger and who was weaker. In the underground palace, this small world wasn't that small, lush green and full of life, ancient trees reaching into the heavens. Currently, the battle in the darkness was extremely intense. Hao and the others clashed from time to time, but they didn't tangle about each other while fighting, instead carrying out a type of hunting, all of them searching for each other. This was even more dangerous, because the slightest carelessness would result in being taken out by another. Yao Yu, Xian Kuan, Hao, Feng Xingtian, all of their minds were extremely taut, not daring to show the slightest bit of carelessness. Hao took action, forming the 6 Dao Reincarnation's imprint, this time producing another type of unusual profound mystery. 6 black holes appeared before him, as if they were the entrances to 6 worlds. Wind sounds roared about, able to blast gods and devils to pieces, hack down the sun and moon. However, this time it was a bit ineffective. The great method Feng Xingtian activated didn't display any effects. It was because the endless great wind was completely absorbed by the 6 black holes. Pooh! At this time, Shihao rushed forward as well, sending his fist smashing down, making the earth quake. This fist was too ferocious, smashing Feng Xingtian's arm until it was in great pain, body staggering, blood flowing out from his mouth. 6 Dao reincarnations, producing 6 black holes, as if they were the gates into 6 worlds. They rotated about, tangling together, mysterious and unfathomable. They fought while rushing into the underground palace depths, witnessing many scenes along the way. Blood splashed outwards. They continuously fought against each other, not a single person uttering a sound, fighting in the darkness like that, continuously receiving injuries as they approached their destination. A streak of divine light flickered about. That was unexpectedly a divine medicine. Quickly rushed into the earth, escaping. Then they saw a pool surging with spiritual essence. Could it be that the headless creature was buried right here? Kill Feng Xingtian first, Princess Yao Yu suggested. Fine. Shihao nodded, speaking as if this was something that was inevitable. Xian Kuan also joined, surrounding Feng Xingtian, wishing to finally kill him this time. Why is there immortal energy rising from this pond? Suddenly, they were all shocked. The pool beside them was extremely shabby, yet there were bits of immortal energy in the spiritual essence. It left them pleasantly surprised, full of expectations. It was a shabby-looking pool, walls formed from a gray diamond stone, diameter less than 5 feet, extremely small, yet there was a type of time-modeled aura. This wasn't just a pool, but even more so like a witness of history, a tangible embodiment of time. The diamond rock had long become damaged, eroding over time. However, under the influence of the spiritual essence, the nourishment of wisps of immortal energy, it still didn't collapse. The 4 great experts were fighting, continuously attacking and ambushing each other. From time to time, muffled grunts sounded. Even though they said they were attacking Feng Xingtian, no one could trust anyone else here, so they were all on guard. At this time, they all made the same decision, rushing towards that pool. Not a single one of them dared lag behind out of fear of missing out on a tremendous opportunity. It was because regardless of what it was, as long as there were wisps of immortal energy ascending, it would definitely be priceless, impossible to measure. They felt that there was a supreme treasure in the pool, very likely a damaged immortal artifact left behind from the battlefield back then. Once it appeared, it would definitely shock the 9 heavens. This type of thing was like the 9 Phoenix Furnace, an unmatched magical artifact left behind by a long-life being. There weren't many that could be found in this world. One had to bear in mind that back then, not even every single long-life being had one, because the materials were just too hard to find. As long as the artifact at the bottom of the pool wasn't too damaged, it would become an exceptional killing weapon. If it was a bit more complete than the 9 Phoenix Furnace, then it would undoubtedly become Immeasurable Heaven's #1 magical artifact. Xian Kuan took action, clenching his teeth as he traded attacks with Shihao. It was because Shihao was moving next to him at first, but then quickly past him, approaching the damaged ancient pool. Even though they were allied just now that it concerned an ancient supreme treasure, the so-called alliance became incredibly weak. Xian Kuan was originally extremely powerful and tyrannical. If not for the fact that he was seriously injured, his foundation damaged, no one would look down on him, not even Feng Xingtian would dare attack him. Dao injuries, this was the most terrifying type of injuries. If it was a different cultivator, they would undoubtedly be dead. Something even a sect master would find it hard to survive from. However, he had 3 strands of immortal energy, thus able to preserve his life. Only this affected his fighting strength. After releasing this attack, his expression became pale. Hong! Shihao directly released another fist. 6 Dao Reincarnation's power shot out, turning into 6 black waves, rushing out from the 6 black holes, blasting Xian Kuan until he cried out. Large mouthfuls of blood coughed out. On the other side, moonlight filled the palace. It was incredibly gentle in this palace. Princess Yao Yu was extremely special, surrounded by pure moonlight, just like her name. Right now, she was clashing intensely against Feng Xingtian as well. Lightning erupted between the two, dark heavenly wind and moonlight surging violently, tangling about each other. Bone texts burned brilliantly. Now that there was an ancient immortal pond before them, no one could remain calm, all of them risking life and limb, wishing to obtain it for themselves. Hong! Another loud sound rang out. The four of them were too close, and as a result, even though they were fighting two different battles, the symbols between them still made contact, creating an intense explosion. This was power that just destroyed ordinary matter, but split the heavenly dome. Above the abyss, everyone was stupefied, difficult for them to imagine just what kind of battle was being carried out below. It was because there were four symbol lights rushing into the heavens, illuminating the dark night sky, splitting open the sky. One could imagine that once something was hit by this type of power, there would definitely be nothing left, body and Tao erased. Were these people who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy? Too terrifying, high above everyone else. They weren't even in the same world as the rest of them, difficult to fight. Previously, the gap between us and those with 3 strands of immortal energy wasn't that overwhelming. But once they begin producing great Tao flowers, it is as if a heavenly moat exists between us, one that is just too difficult to cross. Someone sighed, describing a fact. In the palace, the buildings that carried ancient imprints weren't damaged, still intact after suffering this type of tremendous power. Being able to exist from the past until now, there had to be a reason for it. There were great Tao patterns within the buildings, preventing them from being destroyed. After sure how Yao Yu, Xian Kuan, and Feng Xingtian clashed, they rushed towards the ancient pool, all of them reaching their hands into the mist-filled water. However, they immediately shivered inwardly, as if there was a terrifying weapon pressed against their throats, their body covered in a layer of goosebumps. It had to be said that all of them decisively withdrew, the expressions on their faces incomparably pale. Even Princess Yao Yu was no exception. Even though she was naturally beautiful, skin like fine jade, right now, goosebumps covered her body, ruining a bit of her beauty. That type of feeling was too powerful, simply as if they made a trip through the underworld, their souls almost frozen and left behind. What kind of thing is that? This was the same question all 4 of them thought. It wasn't like an immortal artifact, but more as if there was a creature slumbering within. When they thought of this possibility, they broke out into a cold shiver, minds immediately feeling cold, developing an ominous feeling. After a momentary silence, while on guard towards each other, they carefully walked forward again, opening their heavenly eyes to see what was going on. Even though they felt uneasy, after closely inspecting this pool, they discovered that this might very well be a tremendous opportunity that could not be passed up. They confronted each other, but didn't rashly take action. After arriving here, the 4 of them only stared at that ancient pond, examining what exactly there was inside. It was extremely indistinct, the true scene difficult to see even with heavenly eyes. They could vaguely see divine spring liquid inside, but there already wasn't much. All types of spiritual light and multicolored mists surged, as if water was boiling in a world of ice and snow. The reason why they couldn't see clearly was because that thing was surrounded by chaotic mist wisps, hazy and indistinct. It seems to be a butterfly? Princess Yao Yu was shocked, because that type of form, the vague shadow, looked extremely similar to a 3-foot-long ancient butterfly. Sure how frowned, because at this time, he felt as if a cauldron he was carrying was becoming a bit strange. Emperor Butterfly. It was reviving. Recently, the Emperor Butterfly had always remained asleep inside of a bone cauldron he carried, not displaying any activity. He never expected that it would wake up here. Sure how was shocked. He was sure that it was a divine butterfly in the pool, lying dormant there. Moreover, there was a huge possibility that it was related to the Emperor Butterfly within him. It might even be of the same clan. Emperor Butterflies were too rare. Rarely did more than one appear at a time since the ancient times. Some suspected that there was only a single one since the archaic times, that it was herself that underwent continuous rebirth. Wang. Inside Hao's body, that cauldron surged with a multicolored haze. The Emperor Butterfly fully awoke. It sensed the aura outside, as if it realized something. At this time, the mists scattered a bit, the bottom of the primal chaos becoming lighter in color. It was an ancient butterfly after all. Yao Yu was shocked. The other three all stared blankly, temporarily not taking action. This butterfly was 3 foot long. If one only got a hurried glance, the wings even carried an indescribable type of beauty, as if it was this world's most beautiful work of art. Unfortunately, it suffered from the jealousy of heaven. When one looked carefully through the mist, they would find that it should have already died, the originally brilliant colored wings mostly dim, to the extent where even its body had rotted away. Only a small portion of golden patterns and colored patterns were left on it, not fading away. One could imagine that if it was still undamaged, it would definitely be beautiful and stunning. Despite this, there were still waves of immortal light that rose from within the decaying aura. Those wisps of immortal energy came precisely from the rotting body. They were all shocked. The so-called immortal artifact, hidden in the ancient pond, was actually a butterfly that had already died for many years, soaked in spiritual liquid. This was originally a long-life being, an unmatched expert. They were shocked. It was because there was still immortal energy released after its death, mottled immortal light rising from its body. Likely already became an immortal a long time ago. However, even this type of powerful creature died in the past, clearly fallen in battle, suffering an unimaginable injury, leaving its body in tatters. This all happened in immortal ancient great era. A terrifying secret force was corroding its body, left behind by the enemy. After an endless amount of time had passed, it still remained truly not simple. A long-life being, regardless of whether it was Xian Kuan, Feng Xingtian, or Yao Yu, their eyes were burning, looking like they were ready to take action to seize it at any moment. It was because this was an ancient undying immortal, a paramount being that couldn't be produced in this world. Even though it began to decay, its body damaged, it was still priceless. There might be some artifacts inside the butterfly's body. There weren't many creatures of this caliber even in immortal ancient great era. The most terrifying lords of heaven and earth, dominators of this world. Anything they left behind was unimaginably valuable. If they found Tao books, weapons, or other things, then that would be even more astonishing. These things would shake up the 9 heavens 10 earths. Specks of multicolored light shone within Hao's body. The Emperor Butterfly moved quite slowly, wishing to crawl out from the bone cauldron. The Emperor Butterfly revived here, startling Hao, and then he became pleasantly surprised. There was a butterfly in the ancient pond as well, vaguely waiting for something. If there is an immortal treasure, how will we divide it? Xian Kuan's voice was coarse. He was heavily injured, not wishing to fight any longer. Princess Yao Yu looked at Hao, and while smiling sweetly, said, "What does Dao friend think?" Feng Xingtian was moved. He feared that the 3 would join hands to defeat him first, because not long ago, the 3 had tried to eliminate him. Dividing between the 3 of us isn't a problem. Hao nodded. Good. Princess Yao Yu laughed, large eyes bright and beautiful like the radiance of spring, smile enough to topple a city. Holy radiance shone down on her snow-white skin, her head of beautiful hair sparkling. Hong! Feng Xingtian took action, not hesitating at all, immediately attacking. It was because those 3 excluded him, definitely going to try to eliminate him. He had to strike first and gain the upper hand, rushing to attack. Darkness power surged. Strong winds stirred about, as if it was going to blow down the stars in the cosmos, incomparably terrifying. Unfortunately, the 3 of them also immediately took action, all of them using ancient heavenly arts, power exceptional, blasting through his heavenly wind, sending him flying. Even with his great divine abilities, he still couldn't face the 3 great experts. They were all people who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, all fully aware of how frightening the others were. Heavenly arts clashed, precious techniques overlaying on top of each other. Sure how 6 Dao reincarnations was the most astonishing, 6 black holes moving about, time flowing chaotically, the years changing, reincarnation going full circle, astonishing to the extreme. Pong! This time, they wanted to eliminate the other party as quickly as possible. Sure how's group of 3 used their most powerful methods, wishing to kill him here. Thus, another round of attacks arrived. True dragon sounds and phoenix cries immediately tore through the sky. Dark heavenly wind roared about. Feng Xingtian struggled, doing everything he could to quickly retreat, avoid the attacks. Only, no matter how fast he ran, he was still struck. He cried out, blood spraying out of his mouth. Ha! Suddenly, a cold laughter sounded, making them shiver inwardly. Sure how, Yao Yu and Xian Kuan's bodies went rigid, as if they fell into an ice house, their bodies freezing. A powerful creature appeared, locking onto them from not far away. Right now, every fine hair on their bodies stood on end, feeling a chill run through their bodies from head to toe. It was as if they were locked onto by a prehistoric beast, unable to move at all. What kind of creature was this? Where did it come from? They didn't know. It was clear that this creature was just much too stronger than them. It arrived silently, only when it was close did they detect it. Is it that ancient butterfly? Yao Yu's voice was shaking, extremely unnatural. Apart from that rotting butterfly, was there anything else? Didn't the ancient butterfly die in the last great era? Xian Kuan backed up, staring forward. The mist scattered. A humanoid figure walked out, arriving in the underground palace. For some reason, Yao Yu and Xian Kuan both released a breath of air. Regardless, something from the outside world was much easier to deal with than that rotting butterfly corpse. However, Sure Hao didn't feel like that. That person stared at him as soon as it entered, an extremely cold intent released from its body. A bit interesting, 6 Dao reincarnations ancient heavenly art appeared in this world again. Truly eventful times. It said quietly. After entering, the mist scattered. It revealed its true appearance. This was a middle-aged man with a medium stature, extremely sturdy, but not all that tall. He looked like he was cast from brass, golden radiance flowing through his skin. His eyes were extremely sharp, as if there were 2 small suns shining. He couldn't be called handsome, can only be considered ordinary. However, there was a type of imposingness being exerted, as if he was the only sovereign of this world. His pupils carried coldness, as well as a type of contempt as he swept them through the people here. It was clear that he didn't take any of these people seriously, not caring much at all about Sure Hao, Yao Yu, these types of younger generation. This was an embodiment of strength. With his long and profound cultivation, he could naturally easily kill these people. 6th uncle. Feng Xingtian was pleasantly surprised, calling out. He never expected to see his clan's uncle here, a powerful individual who rose up during the heavenly deity realm, an extremely stunning figure from the Wind clan. Feng Zhao wasn't all that stunning in his early years, never cultivating immortal energy, but he finally leapt out in the heavenly deity realm. After undergoing a great rebirth, exchanging his flesh and bones, he exceeded his peers. This was someone who had prepared for a long time, only obtaining some accomplishments after cultivating for 500 years. Then he shot up unstoppably, rising triumphantly. Now he was deep and immeasurable. 1 foot already stepped into an extremely mysterious domain, an unimaginably powerful existence. His status in Wind Clan was extremely important. Now he was known as Wind Lord. One had to understand that Wind Clan was a long-life family. They had previously produced people who were undying, their backing deep, terrifying beyond compare. To have the title Wind Lord in this type of family, his status in the family was clear and easy to see. This was an extremely formidable individual, one who was hard to deal with. In the past, when Wind Clan's old ancestor learned that a youth with the surname Sure from the 3000 Dao provinces was coming to immeasurable heaven, after only a few sentences, Wind Lord left to make arrangements. It was precisely him who found Yuan Qing, having him take action. 6th uncle, why did you come here? Feng Xingtian was shocked, not knowing how this individual from his clan, who was given this lord title, came here. Wu decided to walk around after a long period of meditation. Turned into a small cultivator to ride on your academy's warship. Coming here to take a look. Feng Zhao said. When they heard this, Yao Yu and Xian Kuan's expressions turned pale, having a feeling that things were about to become extremely bad. Wind Lord was just too strong, unexpectedly avoiding those elders, not being discovered. If he didn't come, Feng Xingtian would most likely be in danger, likely be killed here. However, now that Wind Lord suddenly appeared, it immediately changed the situation. This was just too sudden, no one expecting this type of result. Xian Kuan, you're not bad. Quite courageous, talent exceptional. If you were given another few hundred years of time, you would definitely turn into a dragon and soar into the sky. Wind Lord commented. Then, he looked towards Princess Yao Yu, eyes carrying admiration. Yao Yu, it has been a few years since we last met. You are becoming more and more beautiful. With immortal energy, you really are a beauty in this world. For some reason, being complimented like this made Princess Yao Yu feel extremely uncomfortable. She saw a bit of strangeness in the depths of the other party's gaze that made her uneasy. She revealed a forced smile and said, Feng's sixth uncle and I have previously met. They were both from long-life families, but there was definitely a competitive relationship. Senior Feng, what are your intentions? Xian Kuan asked. You all are all exceptional geniuses who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. The fall of any one of you would be a great loss. After all, this world is about to become chaotic, so there are still hopes placed on you all to calm the chaos. Feng Zhao said. Xian Kuan didn't say anything. He couldn't help but feel a bit stifled. Yao Yu took 2 steps back, feeling extremely uneasy this entire time. It was because the other party's eyes carried a type of unruliness, as well as a type of passion when looking at her body. Even though she was a heavenly talent, she still hadn't risen up yet, unable to look down on the 9 heavens 10 earths. She currently felt extremely worried. Only, it isn't too good for too many people to know about my existence here. Interfering isn't too good. Feng Zhao said. Feng Xingtian knew that this 6th uncle came to protect him, but also to see what heavenly deity institutions' true intentions were. That was why he turned into an ordinary person and mixed within. What do you want? Regardless of whether it was Xian Kuan or Princess Yao Yu, their expressions changed, having a bad feeling inside. Hate to have to kill you all. Should just follow me. Feng Zhao said. Their expressions immediately changed. The most terrible thing happened after all. The other party desired their bodies with 3 strands of immortal energy, as well as to research their heavenly arts, secret methods, and other things. Don't worry. You all won't disappear from this world. I do not wish to become a sinner in the 9 heavens 10 earths, he said while laughing. Shihao sighed. He saw clearly from the side that this person was extremely sinister, coming with great malice. There was definitely no way for them to interact kindly at this point. When he thought of this, he prepared to use the 10,000 spirit diagram, lightning emperor armor and others to protect himself. Suddenly, Feng Zhao turned around towards Shihao, saying, I loathe those who use the 6 Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art. Shihao didn't say anything, only coldly staring at him. Then it'll just start from you. Your flesh shell is quite strong, worth stripping off. If it is carefully refined, perhaps an exceptional expert can be molded. Feng Zhao walked a circle around Shihao, as if he was looking at a commodity. Killing and seizing, this choice was entirely in his hands. Yao Yu and Xian Kuan's expressions changed. Was this their end as well? They came from great clans, so they previously heard a few strange rumors. Just the thought alone made their scalps become numb. It was to the extent where they knew that there were cultivators who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, backgrounds mysterious, origins unclear, related to some ancient evil inheritances. They might be witnesses soon. Feng Zhao knew these methods, possibly seizing their Tao fruit, using their flesh shells to nurture others. Wu, it'll start from you. Are you going to do it voluntarily? Or will you wait for me to take action? Feng Zhao stared at Shihao. Shihao really wanted to curse. Did this person even want any face? This was clearly a big shot, moreover an extremely profound super expert who had the chance to become a supreme being, yet he came to harm the younger generation. Ha, not going to talk? This young one seems to be quite stubborn. However, I am quite fond of remodeling. In the future, your flesh will become the paramount figure of a generation. Feng Zhao said, carrying a faint smile. Right now, he truly did treat Xianxia like goods, not scared of anything unexpected happening. With someone as powerful as him here, who could go against him? You are extremely despicable, Xianxia said. Is that so? No one has said that to me before, all of them calling me Wind Lord. A faint smile hung on Feng Zhao's face, calm and unruffled, not in a rush to take action. Hypocrite, shameful, Xianxia cursed. Wind's sixth uncle, this isn't too good, right? Yao Yu spoke, trying to advise against this. It wasn't really for Xianxia's sake, but rather that she knew that after Xianxia became the first, she and Xian Kuan would become the second and third. It was to the extent where her end might be even more lamentable. She knew how rarely seen her own appearance was. Just now, this expert from the Wind clan's eyes were red-hot, making her uneasy. What is not good? I really do cherish talent, Feng Zhao said with a smile. We have cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, not many to be found even throughout the 9 heavens 10 earths. If we disappeared at the same time, there will definitely be a great disturbance. Xian Kuan said. Oh? But what does that have to do with me? Who would even know that I came here? Feng Zhao didn't seem to mind, and then he looked towards Feng Xingtian, saying, perhaps I should erase this nephew of mine's memories too, just to be a bit safer. Feng Xingtian was stunned. This clan uncle really was quite careful. The world is about to become chaotic. Doing things like this, aren't you scared of provoking public anger? You have to understand that we have to fight a desperate struggle in the desolate border, fight against true enemies. If we died so tragically under your hands, do you have any conscience? Yao Yu berated. This world will become chaotic anyway. No one can stop it. The 9 heavens 10 earths will all be overturned. Great families all becoming dust, still unable to escape immortal ancient great era's fate. Feng Zhao said, incredibly cold, eyes deep as he said, you all don't need to worry. I will make sure to make use of you all to create several exceptional experts. There is no need to go to the desolate border. Just protecting me and some clansmen and it's enough. You are too despicable, acting so selfishly with no regard for the general situation. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven? Yao Yu berated. While everyone was talking with each other, Xianxia's consciousness entered the cauldron, communicating with the Emperor Butterfly. It told him a piece of astonishing information. Woo, let's just end things here. I don't have the patience to speak too much to you all. This is already the last phase of this world. Almost all creatures wiped out, not many left over. What dealing with the creatures of the other side? Completely useless. We will still be defeated in the end. Blood dying abandoned earth. Feng Zhao turned around, walking towards Xianxia again, saying, in this type of cruel world, still thinking about righteousness, really is a bit laughable. Humans are selfish, only survival is real. You will suffer the wrath of heaven. Xianxia stared at him. Wrath of heaven? That is just a joke. What can it do? Feng Zhao laughed loudly, his face carrying an expression of disdain. The wrath of heaven I am talking about is not that so-called sky, but rather a method that destroys you, a power that can frighten you, Xianxia said. At this critical juncture, he wasn't rushed or impatient, instead looking at the other party with an ice-cold expression, extremely calm. Ha! Then come and destroy me. Please invite out this so-called wrath of heaven. Right now, submit to me and prosper, or oppose me and perish. Nothing a younger generation like you can say is of any use. Feng Zhao spoke extremely domineeringly. Who? A cool breeze appeared not far out. Auspicious multicolored specks of light appeared from that spiritual pool, mists spreading outwards. Don't tell me this rotting immortal butterfly still has some abnormalities? Feng Zhao said to himself, staring there. Then, he looked towards Xianxia, saying, you, Go take a look. When Shihao heard this, he gave him a look, and then walked over. Carry out that ancient butterfly, Feng Zhao ordered. That was an unmatched expert, within it possibly Dao books, immortal artifacts, and other things. Feng Zhao had already been looking forward to it for a long time, hoping to obtain something. Shihao didn't reply, and then stood by that ancient pond. Even though you cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, have exceptional talents, you are nothing more than a hatchling, too weak to even stand up to the wind. Yet you dare defy my will? Just a foolish thing who doesn't understand the difference between life and death. Feng Zhao's face fell. He raised his hand, grabbing towards Shihao. If he was carried out, there would definitely be no lack of humiliation and torture. However, right at that time, clouds and mists surged from within that pool, carrying a decaying aura. An ancient butterfly rose, surrounded by primal chaos. It rushed towards that hand. It was too fast, impossible to react to. Hong! An enormous noise sounded. Immortal mist surged. That hand exploded, smashed into by that ancient butterfly, turning into a blast of bloody mist. This change was too astonishing. The people present were all stupefied. As for Feng Zhao, his complexion was deathly pale, blood flowing out from his broken wrist. He quickly withdrew, simply unable to believe what was happening. After all these years, his cultivation advanced by the day, now known as Windlord, his status becoming extremely revered. How many people could injure him like that? A decaying butterfly actually broke his right hand. Kacha! At Feng Zhao's broken wrist, the bones regrew, flesh regenerating. When one cultivated to his extent, the body could be quickly restored. The right hand was about to be reformed. Moreover, Feng Zhao was quickly backing up, searching for favorable terrain, trying to pull open the distance between himself and the ancient butterfly. This sudden change truly gave him quite the fright. Even Yao Yu and Shen Kuan were shocked. Things were happening too quickly. Just a rotting ancient butterfly? I thought it was some type of magical artifact. Do you think you can defeat me now? Not knowing the height of the sky or the depth of the earth, Feng Zhao's face was overcast. Being injured just now was completely unexpected. Then feel free to come at me all you want, Shihao said. Idiot, you will never understand just how great the difference between us is. Just a dead thing. Won't be able to display any uncanny effects. Feng Zhao spoke. He took action again. However, shocking changes happened again. That decaying butterfly was incredibly quick-witted, immediately moving through the void, rushing over to smash into him. Feng Zhao was alarmed. Even someone as powerful as him backed up, feeling uneasy. However, that ancient butterfly that had originally passed away for many years, at this time seemed to have developed life. It gently spread its wings, and then the world immediately split open. Not good, Feng Zhao cried out. This type of thing was too terrifying, too mysterious and strange. When that ancient butterfly flapped its wings, strand after strand of immortal energy was released. That type of power was incomparable, making even someone as powerful as him shiver inwardly. Only, he didn't really understand how a decaying corpse could display the brilliance of when it was alive, still have a consciousness. Could it be that it was still alive? Hong! When this decaying ancient butterfly moved its wings, heaven and earth split apart, making Feng Zhao cough out large mouthfuls of blood, his face turning pale. Of course, the most frightening thing was that this butterfly's speed was too fast. It threw itself over, covering Feng Zhao beneath. Ah! The two made contact, smashing together. Feng Zhao released a miserable scream. This was originally an ultra-powerful individual, strong to an alarming degree. Yet now, he was in such a miserable and helpless situation. Pooh! After the ancient butterfly threw itself at him, he immediately began to break apart. He couldn't handle that type of pressure, unable to endure that frightening swoop. The ancient butterfly looked like it was rotten, decaying, but it had immortal Tao energy. It was previously an undying creature, but even though it died, its body still exuded immortal Tao power. As a result, no creatures in this world could endure its might. How could it be like this? This was Feng Zhao's final unwilling angry roar. Then, his body began to split apart, continuously crumbling. After being struck by the decaying butterfly, Feng Zhao's entire body rotted, exploding with a hong sound. Not even his primordial spirit was able to escape, blasted apart by that ancient butterfly, dying here. The remaining people were petrified. This was all unimaginable. Feng Zhao, who was acting so domineeringly, just now died in the blink of an eye, becoming a corpse. It was just too bizarre. At the same time, they broke out into a cold sweat. Someone who was that powerful withered away so quickly, unable to take a single blow before the undying power. After killing Feng Zhao, the ancient butterfly returned to the pool, falling inside, going dormant again. What was going on? Yao Yu and Shen Kuan were both stunned. Soon after, they knew that this would inevitably stir up a great storm. Wind Lord died. If news of this got out, it would definitely be explosive, shaking up all of immeasurable heaven. It was because this person's status in Wind Clan was extremely high, having the qualifications to inherit the sect. Sixth uncle, Feng Xingtian cried out. For him, this was simply a nightmare. A rotting butterfly directly killed an ultra-powerful figure, causing him to explode. It was just too unrealistic. Hong. Immediately afterwards, Shi Hao took action with all of his strength, rushing murderously at Feng Xingtian. During this time, apart from Shi Hao, no one noticed a tiny golden butterfly enter that pond, approaching the ancient butterfly. Neither Yao Yu nor Shen Kuan took action, both of them watching from the side. It was because they found it too hard to calm down. Wind Lord died in too strange of a manner, actually exploding on the spot. Feng Xingtian was extremely strong, but he suffered from serious injuries. Now that he saw his own clan uncle fall, his mind was long in chaos. He was at a disadvantage in all aspects during this battle, losing the initiative. Pooh! Finally, 6 Dao Reincarnation's heavenly art was used. Feng Xingtian was seriously injured. A fist smashed through his body. A large bloody hole that went straight through his body appeared, front and back shining. His body then began to break apart, ultimately crumbling. The expression Feng Xingtian's face froze, mouth long opened. However, he already couldn't say anything, droplets of blood continuously flowing out. Moreover, all parts of his body began to break down, dark red blood splashing out. It was a shocking sight. Pooh! He no longer existed, turning into a pile of blood and bone, dying just like that. Shi Hao was shocked. 6 Dao Reincarnation's ancient heavenly art was powerful after all. The strike was incredibly domineering, killing a heaven-warping genius. Not far out, Princess Yao Yu and Shen Kuan were shocked. A heavenly talent with 3 strands of immortal energy died just like that? It really was shocking. This was not a small matter, definitely something that will shake up immeasurable heaven. The exceptionally talented Feng Xingtian withered away just like that. A piece of golden bone flickered in the blood, about to rush into the sky and leave. Chi! Shi Hao was shocked. He produced a streak of lightning that turned into a swan and eye. It roared, throwing itself over, intercepting that golden bone piece. Only, this bone piece was a bit strange, unexpectedly blasting through the swan and eye, and then rushing up again, Abu to escape the underground palace and leave this abyss. Princess Yao Yu took action, producing a sphere of gentle moonlight, pouring it over that bone piece symbol, making it sluggish again. Hong! Shen Kuan also took action, both hands forming an imprint, producing overflowing light and sealing up this symbol. Shi Hao naturally understood what this was. Definitely a life-preserving symbol, the secret treasure granted by the heavenly deity institution. He never expected it to be different from that of the ordinary disciples. Shi Hao displayed the 6 Dao Reincarnation's heavenly art. 6 black holes appeared, brandishing and tangling about, immediately locking down that bone symbol, and then crushing it into fine powder. A faint miserable scream sounded, and thus, Feng Xingtian truly fell, forever unable to revive again. Shi Hao stood in place without saying anything for a long time. A young supreme being who had 3 strands of immortal energy was killed by him just like that. It felt a bit unreal. Was it because the 6 Tao reincarnation's heavenly art was too powerful? Or was it to say that Feng Xingtian was too weak? This was the first time Shi Hao killed a heaven-warping individual who had 3 strands of immortal energy. If news got out, this would stir up great waves. All sides would be greatly shocked. Too weak. Could it be that Feng Xingtian is just some young talent nurtured through some strange method? Was the so-called 3 strands of immortal energy stripped off of another, not cultivated by himself? Shi Hao said. When they heard him say this, Princess Yao Yu and Shen Kuan were both speechless. Then the two separated from him, remaining on guard. It was because this was a dangerous individual. He killed Feng Xingtian, the effects of this long-lasting and great. Of course, there was Wind Lord as well, even more powerful. This was someone who might very well become the supreme being of a generation, yet he died mysteriously here. How will we explain the events here? Princess Yao Yu asked, staring at the 2 pools of blood on the ground. Those two's origins were extremely great. If news got out, it would definitely raise a great storm. Even though Wind Lord died here, it's not like anyone knows that he came here. Shen Kuan said. Correct. Shi Hao nodded, feeling extremely satisfied towards this explanation. Wind Lord had a venerable position. He suffered this type of thing here, and if news got out, there would be great trouble. Even Princess Yao Yu, Shen Kuan, and Shi Hao would be heavily investigated. That was why they didn't wish to leak out his matters. Kacha. Right now, that divine pond was breaking apart, releasing this sound, drawing the 3 individuals' attention. Why is the ancient butterfly about to split apart? Princess Yao Yu's expression changed. Symbols began to shine around that decaying butterfly's body. Cracks appeared one after another, and then it almost broke apart into pieces. Unfortunately, there were no Tao books or immortal weapons, leaving them quite disappointed. Shi Hao was the only one who was moved, because the Emperor Butterfly was changing. It was hiding inside, absorbing that rotting butterfly's immortal Tao aura, undergoing an astonishing change. In reality, the reason why he was able to kill Windlord was all because of the Emperor Butterfly. It could interact with that ancient butterfly, understanding various things. That ancient butterfly naturally died, but it still had battle instincts, terrifying beyond compare. Meanwhile, the Emperor Butterfly was of the same type of species as it, so they could interact with each other, leading to what happened just now. Princess Yao Yu and Shen Kuan both stared at the ancient butterfly that was cracking apart. In the end, they sighed. When they saw it gradually decay, spiritual essence scattering away, they resolutely turned around, quickly rushing into the underground palace depths. It was because they knew that the so-called undying being's flesh was finished, not leaving behind any opportunities. Instead of wasting time here, it might be better for them to just rush into the underground depths and search for other opportunities. Princess Yao Yu and Shen Kuan moved together, disappearing from this place, clearly still feeling restraining fear towards Shi Hao, scared that he would attack them. Shi Hao stood where he was without moving, calmly waiting for the Emperor Butterfly to return. Did those two discover the Emperor Butterfly? Shi Hao frowned. He wasn't certain. When those two left, within that splitting precious pond, that ancient butterfly began to rot further and further, breaking down faster and faster. There were some places that turned into condensed blood and flying ashes. The Emperor Butterfly sensed something, discovering that those two left, so its body began to flourish with radiance, shining like an immortal lamp, raging brilliantly. The immortal Tao aura contained within the pool surged out together with its body, the so-called secret force rushing out. This was especially the case with a sphere of golden true blood that even more so entered its body. Of course, that wasn't merging, but rather temporarily sealed within its flesh. Time was needed before it would truly be refined and absorbed. Even Shi Hao was a bit stupefied. This was a type of tremendous natural luck. Without a doubt, if the others were here, they would be jealous. This was blood left behind by a long-life being, and now it merged with that of a later generation. This is an inheritance that belongs to my Emperor Butterfly bloodline. passed down through blood. The Emperor Butterfly transmitted sound to Sure Hao. Sure Hao was a bit moved. The Emperor Butterfly would definitely become stronger because of this, its future accomplishments immeasurable. I absorbed the leftover immortal Tao energy, so my body will undergo another transformation and change, have to sleep again. The Emperor Butterfly said. Sure Hao was shocked. This fella had just revived, yet was going to fall asleep. How long was it going to sleep now? He had two fellas on him. One the divine striking stone. The other precisely this Emperor Butterfly. Both of them always sleeping, unknown just when they would finish their final transformation. It was clear that once they revived, they would definitely undergo astonishing changes. Sure Hao didn't waste time here. He also rushed into the underground palace depths. There was at least a stock of divine medicine here, and if he could find other Tao books, immortal artifacts, and other things, then the opportunity would be even greater. This place was cold and cheerless, silent without sound. It was too secluded and cold without a bit of aura. Ancient trees filled this place, drowning out many buildings. Sure Hao was like a specter as he wandered about here, entering and exiting ancient buildings one after another. Unfortunately, all of the palaces were extremely empty. There were damaged artifacts and skeletal remains, but they had long decayed, not really anything of value. It was clear that this place had previously been swept through, being cleaned out. Immortal battlefield, the battles that had been carried out here were just too shocked. The people from Immortal Ancient Great Era were defeated, all of their caves looted, most of the treasures brought away. Sure Hao sighed, feeling a wave of powerlessness. There were definitely enemies who grasped immortal ancient secret methods in the other world. How were they supposed to win in the future? One had to bear in mind that in the last great era, they seized an overwhelming victory that left those of this world in despair. If they were able to obtain all types of treasures from that great era afterwards, then it really was difficult to imagine how people on this side of the desolate border were going to resist. No wonder the recordings in various remains were all so dejected, feeling like all hope was lost, too difficult for later generations to contend against. This wasn't without reason. Perhaps only by establishing a brand new cultivation system and transcend, walking a different path, can we win, Sure Hao said. While moving through these ancient buildings, he didn't discover any valuable things. In the end, he arrived in the innermost depths, seeing the central palace. This was an enormous palace that was like a great peak. It towered there, and even though a large half of it was covered by vines, it was still difficult to hide its grandness and magnificence. With a schwa sound, Sure Hao entered. There were unexpectedly wisps of chaotic energy here. One could see how unordinary this place was. He heard Yao Yu and Xian Kuan's shouts. The two people were here, unexpectedly chasing after a stalk of divine medicine. That was a flame leaf orchid, entirely scarlet red, as if a flame was burning around it. It surged with auspicious light, releasing spiritual essence. This was a stalk of divine medicine that had previously been recorded in bone books, extremely well known. Only after endless time had passed, it was never seen again. None of them expected to find a stalk here. Even though divine medicines weren't as unique as long-life medicines, there still weren't too many of them, every single type only having 3 or 4 stalks. Flame leaf orchid was scarlet like jade, fiery light overflowing from it. From time to time it entered the ground, speed extremely fast. Even though the two were extremely powerful, they still couldn't capture this stalk of medicine. Sure Hao walked forward, also wishing to capture it, but he had heard that as long as it was a divine medicine, once its roots landed on the ground, it could merge into the earth, difficult to capture. It seemed like the rumors had a set amount of reasoning after all, or else why couldn't the two capture it? Sure Hao also took action. Sure enough, when it took root in the earth, it immediately seemed to have vanished, not being caught. Then it appeared again, as if it was purposely provoking them. And Sure Hao was shocked. He sensed a familiar aura from the palace. It belonged to that headless existence. Could it be that the divine medicine was baiting them, hoping that they would stay here for a long time? It was because that headless creature was going to return, and when that time came, no one would be able to escape. Xianxia temporarily stopped his movements, gazing towards the depths that towered like mountains. There was an altar there, on it arranged fine precious cases and other things. However, regardless of whether it was the precious case or other fine objects, none of them were precious artifacts, only pretty decorations. That eye-grabbing precious case seemed to have carried a rare object. But now, there was nothing inside. Xianxia walked over. After the precious case was opened, he saw a palm-length groove. From its shape, it should be a key. This made him feel a sense of absurdness. There was actually a key stored inside of the most beautiful case on this massive altar within the central palace. Of course, that key had long been removed. This altar's surface was covered densely in cracks. In a bad state. Xianxia opened his heavenly eyes, carefully searching about. However, he didn't discover anything. This was just an abandoned ancient palace. Those two were still chasing after the divine medicine. They had came here before Xianxia, but at the time, the two lacked calmness. Pong! Xianxia wanted to move this cracked altar, see if there was anything below it. In the end, he discovered that it was incredibly sturdy. He exhausted a tremendous amount of strength, and only then did he move it. The altar was moved to the side. During this process, more cracks appeared on the altar. And, suddenly, Xianxia was shocked. When he exhausted his strength to move aside the altar, through the gaps in the cracks, he discovered that there was a white bone key inside the altar, polished from sparkling white bone. This left Xianxia confused. Just now, he had examined this place with his heavenly eyes yet didn't sense anything. Why could he see it now? Soon after, he was pleasantly surprised. This should be the bone key that was originally consecrated on the altar, right? He didn't find anything after searching everywhere. But when he turned around, he just happened to see it stuck in the cracks. This really was unexpected. Xianxia was both shocked and extremely happy. This thing was definitely not ordinary, and he actually discovered it just like that. The altar was definitely not simple, a faint purple color, the stone material thick and heavy, giving off a majestic type of feeling. The bone key was resting in the cracks that had just opened up. It was obvious that many people came here in the past, searched around, but didn't find anything in the end and left. Only this empty case was left behind. Xianxia changed locations. He opened his heavenly eyes to examine this place, but it was the same result. He still didn't see that bone key. His eyes peered through the altar, not detecting anything. Really is strange. It was just as he suspected. This bone key was formidable, clearly there, yet the symbols released by the heavenly eyes couldn't see through it. He didn't waste any time, returning to his original position. He reached his hand out to remove this key. It was shining and smooth, snow-white like jade. This really was a key. What kind of place did this ancient key open? Xianxia tried to activate it, and as a result, wisps of chaotic energy rose. It was shocking to the extreme, as if a supreme treasure covered in dust was waiting to revive. However, when he continued to use divine force, this key didn't display any changes. It was sparkling and translucent, white like ivory, moreover carrying a type of great Tao aura. The endless symbols and terrifying fluctuations he was expecting didn't appear. It really was just a key, just that its materials were special, tough like immortal gold. Xianxia's mind was moved. He produced the 10,000 spirit diagram, comparing the two side by side. He discovered that their pure white color and smoothness were shockingly similar. The same type of material? He was startled, eyes immediately starting to burn fiercely. Xianxia exerted force, this time not activating it, but instead trying to break it. Divine might overflowed, sweeping out like ocean waves, the power enough to kill several dozen heavenly deities. However, this key was not moved in the slightest, not even displaying a single crack, completely enduring it. Was this thing related to the true primordial record? It might very well have been polished by the same type of bone. Truly strange. Xianxia couldn't remain calm, his mind rising and falling violently. He quickly put it away to prevent the other two from noticing. This thing was too important. Once news got out, it would trigger a huge commotion. The hidden experts from Heavenly Deity Institution would definitely take action. Xianxia continued to study this altar, lifting it up, from time to time striking it fiercely, producing even more cracks. He examined its contents to see if there was anything else. This thing really was quite heavy. Sure how even began to suspect that it might have been refined from a star. The two were still shouting in the distance, trying to catch the divine medicine, now really annoyed. They were heavenly talents, yet here, they were provoked again and again by a stalk of divine medicine, unable to catch it. Of course, the two would also divert some of their attention towards Sure how from time to time, see if he obtained anything. However, they didn't realize that Sure how already obtained a bone key. Need help. Finally, Sure how gave up on the altar, because he didn't find anything else even when the entire altar was pretty much broken by him. All right, we will join hands to force this divine medicine out. When the time comes, we'll split it, Princess Yao Yu said with a smiling expression. Even though they said it like this, they knew that the chances of it happening weren't high. That headless creature might return at any time, so if they were truly stopped here, they would undoubtedly die. Flame Leaf Orchid was intelligent, able to flee. It could merge with the earth and move between the intangible. This thing really was provoking them, appearing from time to time. An expanse of moonlight scattered down, surrounding it. Princess Yao Yu took action. Sure how stamped down on the ground, secretly using Willow Deity's method. Strand after strand of golden divine chains extended from the sole of his feet into the ground to imprison this stalk of divine medicine. Willow Deity's technique, against plant-type creatures, had a type of overwhelming superiority. However, he still failed. When the golden divine chains of order reached into the ground, he discovered that there were many complex ancient formations tangling about. Hong! Suddenly, a tremendous noise sounded. It was as if the heavens collapsed and earth caved in, extending towards this place from the distance. Sure how turned around and immediately ran, not even taking the time to think. He immediately shot out several tens of thousands of zhong, leaving the underground palace and escaping the abyss, rushing into the distance. Princess Yao Yu and Xian Kuan acted similarly, raising their speed to the limit as they left. They were extremely sullen. Not only were they unable to obtain anything, they even had to flee for their lives in such a sorry state. Along the way, Sure how used a realm-shattering symbol, crossing through the void. He discovered with shock that the realm-shattering symbol's power had weakened considerably, being greatly inhibited here. However, it still displayed some effect. Hong! A large black hand entered the void, striking towards him. Sure how was shocked, quickly changing directions. At the same time, he activated the 10,000 spirit diagram to protect himself. Boundless divine force surged. The void was shattered, this place like a painting that fell into a raging flame. Blinding light surged, burning fiercely, but soon after, it went out again. So dangerous! Sure how wiped off a handful of sweat, appearing in a ruined mountain region. That creature operated more on instinct than will. It didn't even have a head, so what part of its former self could it even retain? If it was any other creature, they would have long returned to dust and earth. However, this ancient corpse that fell in this immortal battlefield and was buried next to a divine medicine couldn't be assessed with normal reasoning. That hand slapped towards me. Weren't the other two let off too easily? Sure how said to himself. However, he couldn't complain too much, because his gains from this trip were tremendous. Just the fact that the key was of the same material as the true primordial record meant that it wasn't an ordinary item. Perhaps one day, a heaven-shocking opportunity might even appear before him. Apart from this, the Emperor Butterfly could be said to be one of the biggest winners. Sure how was looking forward to the day it woke up. Around the abyss, everyone shivered inwardly, keeping quiet out of fear. That headless creature was too powerful. That palm flipping the sky and earth when it descended. Ghosts cried and deities howled, the irregular scenes astonishing. The most shocking thing was that a top-level figure from Heavenly Deity Academy appeared, fighting against it, yet was actually at a disadvantage. Everyone ran, not daring to approach this area. Only after who knew how much time had passed was peace returned to this place. What? Feng Xingtian died, killed by someone in the abyss. Soon after, explosive news was released, shocking this entire ancient land, leaving the geniuses from all different powers stupefied. That was someone who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, yet he died just like that, killed by someone. It was a bit unreal. It has to just be a rumor. How did you all hear about this? Who told you this? The soul lamp on the golden warship went out. Are you still going to tell me this information is fake? An elder immediately flipped the table he was at. This elder rumored to be related to the Wind Clan. Heavens! Feng Xingtian died. This really is shocking news. Someone who has 3 strands of immortal energy met this type of end. The masses were speechless. Then they began to discuss among themselves. Everyone felt like this happened just too suddenly. This was a heavenly talent that was being fostered as a seed. Yet he died just like that. Which vicious individual did this? Everyone felt a great curiosity, wishing to know just who exactly it was that killed Feng Xingtian. One could just imagine Wind Clan's reaction to this. The child they used endless heavenly treasures on, who soaked in divine medicine elixirs since he was young, was killed just like that. How could they be willing to let things go? All types of rumors flew about, some people saying that it was Princess Yao Yu and Shen Kuan who killed him. As a result, these two immediately rejected the rumors, firmly denying it out of fear of bringing disaster onto themselves. It was because Wind Clan's anger definitely wouldn't be small, and if they wanted revenge, even a long-life family would feel apprehensive. Who is that vicious person? Could it really be that person we saw before? There were some who began to have second thoughts. Quite a few people previously saw that there was someone who fought against Feng Xingtian while they entering the Abyss Underground Palace. This was just too frightening. He was actually able to kill the Wind Clan's young supreme being. What kind of origins did he have? We should stop making random guesses. It is definitely one of those geniuses in the academy who normally keeps a low profile, but have cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. Someone made this speculation. Sure how found Wang Shi. This exceptional beauty was in quite the miserable state. Half her body covered in blood. Even the ancient war chariot damaged, as if it had suffered a vicious attack. Fairy, what happened to you? Sure how was shocked. At the same time, he suppressed an urge to smile. This heavenly talent actually ended up having this type of thing happen to her. Wang Shi didn't say anything. It was clear that she was attacked again, only able to escape again after running for a long time. Feng Xingtian died? She asked. Correct. I personally saw it. Sure how replied, and then he walked forward, saying, Actually, I was about to personally get rid of him. But in the end, someone else ended up interfering. Sigh. It was such a great opportunity, but it was taken by that person just like that. He had a vexed look on his face, fiercely waving his fists. Wang Shi curled her lips. This fellow was just too arrogant. Fairy, the war chariot is damaged. So do you need me to carry you on my back? Sure how asked. Several thousand li out, there was a giant black mountain that surged with smoke and blood energy. The scene incredibly abnormal. On the black cliff was an altar, strange and sinister, releasing an aura that made one's heart beat faster. Right now, bloody light flickered about, currently opening up on its own, forming an indistinct passage. The inside was noisy with men and mounts, the sounds like thunder, as if it sounded from the other end of the world. They seemed like they were ready to rush out at any time. A wave of crazy winds swept about, sweeping towards the entire great earth. At this moment, everyone on a mortal battlefield felt strange, a chill running through their bodies. They sensed a bad feeling. An evil wind swept through the battlefield, making everyone feel scared. The wind released murmuring sounds, as if gods and ghosts were crying. Wang Shi tightened her clothes around her body, feeling extremely uncomfortable. The war chariot was in tatters, as if it had been smashed into by a meteorite. A large part caved in. There were many parts covered in cracks as well. Sure how supported Wang Shi, bringing her into the carriage. What kind of haters are doing this kind of thing? Throwing rotten eggs? Not even sparing a fairy like you. Sure how teased. Wang Shi glared at him. This fella really didn't know how to sympathize with others, even daring to make fun of her right now. Like there was any chance rotten eggs could smash the chariot to this kind of state. Just how hard did the rotten eggs have to be to smash the chariot to this state? Chong! A metal sound rang through the air. Wang Shi's movements were swift, using 3 strands of immortal energy to activate the diamond band. Reattaching it to Hao's head, the radiance shone brilliantly. As a person, one should be more sincere and honest. Hao held her arm, staring at her beautiful eyes. Wang Shi didn't say anything, eyes intelligent, multicolored light swirling within them. Because she was seriously injured, she didn't feel too at ease, thus applying the diamond band again. In reality, just now, Hao could have moved out of the way. Even if the other party cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, right now her injuries were too serious, so there was no way she could move faster than him. He just chose not to move out of the way. It was because this diamond band didn't pose much threat to him. Now that he wore it on his head again, if people began to investigate who it was that killed Feng Xingtian, it was a good type of cover. Did you see who it was that killed Feng Xingtian? Wang Shi asked. This matter was extremely important. After all, that was a great genius, rarely seen since ancient times. As long as one cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, that person would definitely be like a Kuan Peng among men, definitely rising up in the future, breaking through the 9 heavens and overlooking the world. This type of person was extremely difficult to kill. Even if he ended up encountering other supreme beings, if he wasn't a match, he could still run and preserve his life. However, it was precisely this type of person who died. So how could Wang Shi not be shocked? She was also a supreme being with 3 strands of immortal energy. If she encountered that mysterious person, would she even be able to stop him? Woo, of course I did. Didn't I already tell you before? If it wasn't for me being a step too late, I would have definitely killed Feng Xingtian before that fella. Hao nodded to himself. Wang Shi shot him a look, truly feeling helpless against this fella. He really did love bragging and praising himself. If he really did encounter someone with 3 strands of immortal energy, she was pretty sure he would just run. What does he look like? What kind of characteristics? Wang Shi asked, wishing to prepare ahead of time as to avoid not knowing who he was when they encountered each other. I really can't help but admit this, but that person really is handsome, far surpassing Lu Tuo and Feng Xingtian. Impressive appearance, good looks exceptional. Hao praised with a sigh. Wang Shi's expression was strange. Could it be that this person's sexual orientation was changing? He was always so narcissistic, yet now he praised this person so greatly. Did this mean that the other person really was extraordinary, appearance unmatched? From your praise, it seems like not only his cultivation, but even his appearance is far greater than yours. Wang Shi revealed a rare smile. No, about the same as me. If we have to compare, it really is hard to say whose is better. Hao had a proud look on his face. Wang Shi's eyes were extremely large, intelligent and pretty. She looked at him, saying, I never noticed this before, but why is your skin so thick? Then look a bit more carefully this time. Hao walked up, not being reserved at all. Clearly glowing with health and vigor, svelte and confident. Okay? Wang Shi was so irritated she began to laugh. She shook her head, not saying anything else to him. Really, look carefully. Can't you tell that I'm a young supreme being? Killing Feng Xingtian isn't even an issue. It's just that I was taken advantage of, missing the best opportunity. Hao said. I don't wish to talk to you anymore. Wang Shi said. She came from a long life family, having an extraordinary style and temperament. Even when she was discontent, she still spoke gently. We are Dao friends. Now that we have been through life and death, traveling together, how could there be nothing to talk about? Hao said. Please stop being so corny. Wang Shi lightly berated. Hao laughed. He had just experienced a great battle, personally killed Feng Xingtian, finally expelling a bit of resentment, which was why he currently felt so carefree. Wind Clan tried to suppress him for 10 years. But in the end, Hao broke free, not dying in Origin Ancient Mine, even killing their clan's genius. Murmuring noises continuously sounded above the earth. The winds grew stronger and stronger, and eventually, it was as if the world's color itself became different, turning a terrifying yellow. Then even the skies turned into a blood color. From time to time, there were streaks of black lightning that flew past. It was incredibly frightening. Oh! A red whirlwind swept about. Sand and rock flew everywhere on the ground. The wind sounds becoming more and more frightening. Strange things are happening. There is definitely something ominous going on. Many people became incredibly alarmed. However, in the end, they clenched their teeth, deciding to continue forward, wishing to see this to its end. It was because they were Heavenly Deity Institution's official disciples, the most powerful group of geniuses from the 9 heavens 10 earths, every one of them outstanding individuals. These people were all arrogant, wouldn't easily become discouraged or give up. "We'll go take a look as well," Xianxia said. She took a golden divine pill. A rumbling sound could be heard within her, and then golden lotus flowers bloomed one after another in the void. Precious medicine made from divine medicine? Xianxia revealed a strange look. Despite this being the case, Xia's great Tao injuries still didn't completely recover, just becoming much stronger than before. There were people who set out from every direction, their target the same, the blood-colored whirlwind. They all closed in on that ancient land. Several thousand li out, a great black mountain looked more and more eminent and unapproachable, roaring sounds sounding endlessly. What kind of historical remains are these? There is an altar on that mountain. There were people who already arrived. When they saw this scene, they all revealed looks of shock. This mountain was just too vast, even more spacious than several dozen mountain peaks added together. There was an ancient altar at the peak that operated on its own. Symbols surrounded that place, opening up an indistinct passage. Shouts of war rushed into the heavens, passing through that passage. Soon after, Princess Yao Yu, Lu Tuo, Shen Kuan, and the others all appeared. Apart from this, a few low-profile experts also arrived. Those who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy were pretty much all here. When Shi Hao and Xianxia arrived, there were already many people here. He saw exiled Immortal, 10 Crown King, as well as Yuchan, Chao Yuxing, Wich, Chang Gongyan, and some others. However, he couldn't give away his identity right now. What is going on? Everyone became shocked. They looked in this direction, not understanding why this type of situation occurred. Did you all feel it? The aura the passage created by that altar is releasing is different from that of our world, carrying a type of domineeringness, as well as an indescribable type of feeling. Correct, it is like a different type of heaven and earth natural law, one that triggers conflict and confrontation. Those with sharp divine senses all noticed this, starting to discuss these things here. Not a single person who could stand here were ordinary, all the individuals with the greatest talent in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Who? Suddenly, the wind became even greater, strong enough to blast heavenly deities apart. This wind sound was accompanied by great Tao rumbling sounds, deafening and ear-splitting. Everyone became horrified. The blurry passage was becoming more and more clear. A barrier of light surged from within, surrounding the mountain peak. This left everyone feeling even more shocked. If there wasn't this barrier of light blocking the great wind, many of them might have been blown to ashes. The people here were confident that this type of wind could wipe out heavenly deities and kill sect masters. The barrier increased in size, and then a pouch rushed out from the passage. Chaotic energy was released, 5-colored divine, multicolored light flowing about. Everyone became stupefied, because the strong wind was coming precisely from this pouch. This was a bit absurd, a bit hard to believe. The most important thing was that the great Tao rumbled in the sky, heaven and earth splitting apart, endless natural laws crushing down. Countless divine chains of order interweaved, suppressing that pouch. The world is suppressing that pouch? What kind of precious artifact was this? It was just too astonishing, triggering great changes between heaven and earth. Great Tao rumbled, the sky splitting open and then closing again. Terrifying natural laws descended streak after streak, suppressing that pouch. Heaven and earth pouch. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said softly, "Heaven and earth pouch?" Many people were immediately stunned when they heard this. Some of them immediately understood, their faces turning pale. This isn't a normal heaven and earth pouch, but rather the most powerful, unmatched, supreme treasure, Lu Tuo said. At this moment, everyone understood. A commotion immediately erupted. The most ancient heaven and earth pouch was rumored to have been woven from over 10,000 pieces of divine beast skins, and then refined with primal chaos. It represented 10,000 spirits, indicating 10,000 Tao. It could be said that this was an unmatched precious artifact, its power unimaginable. When Shihao heard their discussions, his expression immediately changed. In the lower realm, he had previously heard that a heavenly and earth pouch refined from several dozen pieces of divine beast skins was already a great ancient precious artifact. Yet now it was even more astonishing. The first heaven and earth pouch actually needed the primordial divine skins of over 10,000 frightening creatures. It was rumored that this might be a magical artifact refined by an immortal king, its power boundless. Wasn't it said that this precious artifact landed on the other side of the desolate border, falling into our enemy's hands? Someone said. Immediately afterwards, everyone's expressions changed. They knew what this signified. Those from the other world were going to cross over. This world might end up in chaos. The heaven and earth pouch that was lost in the other side of the desolate border reappeared. Didn't this indicate that those from the other side were about to cross over? Hurry! Report this to the Academy elders. The calamity is about to arrive. A few people ordered their followers to report everything that happened here to the elders on the Golden Warship. The heaven and earth pouch was quite simple looking, but it carried a barbaric aura. This pouch, woven from 10,000 pieces of beast skins, released chaotic energy, covering heaven and earth. This was a supreme treasure. If it wasn't the very best, then it at least ranked in the top 10, one of the most well-known weapons refined by long-life beings. It supported an area of space, forming a barrier of light. It was as if a small world was opened up here. Great winds roared about. The heaven and earth pouch rumbled about, continuously releasing gudang sounds, slowly enlarging, and eventually, it covered the entire Great Black Peak. Only then did it slightly stabilize. Everyone saw that it was resisting this great Earth's natural laws, contending against the entire world without backing down. What kind of power was this? Everyone was greatly shaken up. One could see that the sun, moon, and stars were shaking in the skies, as if they were going to be sucked down. This type of divine Tao might was unimaginable. It currently carries the will of an existence from another world, resisting this realm, about to open up a path here. Lu Tuo said. The disciples of long-life families understood more details than others, able to see the root of the problem from a single glance. When everyone heard this, their expression changed. In the past, this was the 9 heavens 10 earths great treasure, the unmatched precious artifact that protected an immortal's home. Was it now going to be used to help the creatures of the other side cross over? This can't be blamed on the artifact because it has already been refined. Everything it is doing now should be against its will. A 3-headed, 6-armed creature said with a sigh. Right now, everyone only felt a bit of chilliness. This was the weapon of an immortal king, known as the world-shocking heaven and earth pouch. When it appeared, it could collect all things, store the endless stars in the cosmos. Even this type of powerful secret treasure ended up becoming someone else's tool. One could imagine just how powerful the creatures on the other side were. In just this short amount of time, everyone felt a huge pressure weighing down on their minds, a shadow looming over their hearts. This was a suffocating feeling. How were they supposed to stop those of the other side in the future? When these thoughts were expressed, the others also raised their heads to look at the heaven and earth pouch, that indistinct passage above the Black Peak, feeling momentarily stupefied. Quite a few people thought of another problem. In the past, those from the other side had previously overwhelmed the 9 heavens 10 earths, leaving this ancient realm in a terrible state. Why did they then withdraw again? Moreover, if it was now incredibly difficult for them to come back, there was definitely something that happened. If they could find out what happened, then it might be extremely useful. Otherwise, if they only had the current 9 heavens 10 earths experts to rely on, there was a good chance that they might not be able to stop the enemy's ferocious assault. This fact left many people feeling quite dejected. Sherhao's eyes were deep as he stared at this black great peak, looking at the heaven and earth pouch. A contemplative look appeared on his face. He had previously visited the other side of the desolate border. This was also an incredibly large black mountain, extremely similar to Undying Mountain he saw in the past, of similar qualities, and there was similarly a passage at the mountain top. Only the passage back then could be traveled through, while here it was restricted. It was difficult for the creatures on that side to cross over. Over there, several elders appeared in the horizon, their great sleeves fluttering about. Powerful winds blew everywhere as they quickly arrived. With a single step, they arrived from the distance. The expressions of these individuals were extremely unpleasant. They looked at the heaven and earth pouch and the altar, their eyes carrying complex emotions. Has the day finally come? One of them sighed, feeling a wave of dejectedness, worry, and even more so a powerful fighting intent. On the black peak, the heaven and earth pouch stopped moving, no longer releasing heavenly winds, but now instead glowing with a gentle radiance that made this entire mountain peak brilliant, incredibly pure and holy. The woo-woo sounds immediately disappeared, that place becoming still. Kacha! A clear sound rang out, as if bone pieces were striking against each other, appearing from that blurry passage. Then human figures swayed about. There were creatures coming out. What? They can already cross over realms? The people here were greatly alarmed. They originally thought that it would still be an extremely long amount of time before the creatures on the other side crossed over. After all, they still had to overcome this world's will and natural laws first. None of them expected that there were already some from the other side who could come over. The figures were swaying, extremely unsteady as they walked through the path. However, in the end, only a single figure was able to make it over. Everyone's attention was focused on this figure, holding their breath as they stared at the blurry passage. They wanted to see what kind of powerful creature it was. Holy light surged, seven-colored brilliance pervading the air, surrounding it. It looked divine and peaceful, giving off an indescribable aura. A skeleton! Someone cried out in alarm. It walked out from the passage, appearing at the top of the great black peak and looking down on everyone. There was a type of imposing feeling that was hard to explain exuding from its figure. Everyone became shocked. They originally expected to run into a powerful creature, or an existence full of immortal Tao energy, some type of divine existence. However, they discovered that it was different from what they had anticipated. This was a skeleton without any flesh, not all that bold or powerful at all. Still so puny and weak. The very first sentence it spoke was this cold and indifferent, carrying a type of arrogance, treating the creatures of this world with contempt. Divine light swirled within its eye sockets. It was human-shaped, pure white like jade, not that large, even a bit more delicate than a normal person. Was this a creature from the other side? Were they all skeletons? This place immediately became dead silent. Everyone stared at this skeleton, wishing to see what was going to happen now. Not the original body only arriving by borrowing a skeleton. However, these bones' origins aren't ordinary, quite special. An elder from Heavenly Deity Institution said, "Haha, she was an exceptional beauty in the past, but now that only a skeleton remains, it's nothing more than this." The skeleton spoke, commenting on its own skeleton. Of course, the so-called speaking was just a divine will transmitting sound. After all, the language between the two realms were different, and it didn't have flesh, so it couldn't really speak. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. The eyes of a few people began to flicker about, displaying special symbols to observe that snow-white skeleton. The elders from Heavenly Deity Institution frowned, as if they recalled something. Their gaze became even more strange, eyes deep as they stared at it. When one cultivated to a certain degree, they could view a beautiful woman as a skeleton, directly seeing the bones and other things, but the other way around could also be done, able to see what the flesh looked like from a skeleton. Right now, Sherhao also tried to see her real appearance. After all, the other party seemed to be implying quite a few things. A moment later, Xianxia succeeded. He seemed to have witnessed flesh reconstruct, turning into a perfect body. She really was an exceptional beauty. There were a few others who succeeded, and all of them couldn't help but become moved. This woman really was too beautiful, her appearance enough to topple cities. When she calmly stood there was a type of indescribable aura. Grief, melancholy, and regret. Her appearance when she was still alive made them gasp in surprise, stirring up wild and fanciful thoughts. Everyone frowned. There was no way they could recognize her, and thus felt that they overthought things. However, a moment later, an elder from Heavenly Deity Institution suddenly released a roar, revealing a furious expression. Divine force surged, truly wishing he could immediately slaughter his way over. "Elder, what's wrong?" The others were confused, quietly asking. "That is one of my clan's ancestors," the elder said. Everyone became stunned. This elder lived for an incomparably long time, difficult to say what era he was from. He already went into seclusion endless years ago. Only when Heavenly Deity Institution was constructed did he come out to help out. However, there were some who were aware that he came from a certain ancient long-life family. The so-called long-life family was a place where undying experts emerged from, a great family that had survived from the last great era. What does this count as? We still have skeletons that are more formidable, more talented. I'm just borrowing this one. That skeleton spoke. Everyone began to think to themselves. This skeleton at least exceeded sect master level figures when it was alive, ridiculously powerful, possibly possessing immortal Tao. Xianxia gave Wuxia a look, saying softly, "The appearance of this female skeleton isn't inferior to yours. Yet after the calamity of that great era, she ended up in this type of state. You should just let it go too. What are you randomly spouting?" Wuxia almost activated the diamond band to clamp down on his head and primordial spirit. Back then, there were some who forcefully broke through while isolated in a Tenjiang stone room. In the end, they left behind flesh shells, their primordial spirits disappearing. Now, we are able to restore their skeletons, waiting for them to return. The skeleton said. Everyone became stupefied. What was it saying? They didn't understand at all. Only Xianxia was greatly shaken up. He immediately thought of some situations. He widened his eyes, truly shocked by its words. Tenjiang room, empty flesh shells, primordial spirits scattered away. Xianxia had witnessed these scenes before. As a result, when the snow-white skeleton said this, he immediately understood, feeling extremely shocked. He recalled his previous experiences. What kind of place was that? Dark, cold, banished for eternity, primordial spirit sealed in a cage. There was only a primordial spirit there, no flesh. A surging river of time could be seen, black prisons all around it. It was to the extent where Xianxia saw a few particularly bright lights in those cages that illuminated the river of time, proving just how extraordinary they were. Since the ancient times, there was always a portion of geniuses who cultivated immortal energy that died mysteriously. Their primordial spirit vanished, while their flesh was perfectly preserved. What are you saying? How much do you know about the land of darkness? An elder from Heavenly Deity Institution asked. Others might not know, but he understood some things. It was because not only was he powerful enough himself, he also came from a long-life family. There were many secrets recorded in the clan. That skeleton spoke, not in a rushed or slow manner, rather calmly, saying, "The same as you all, don't know too much about the domain of darkness, quite difficult to explore. It was hoping that the creatures who entered the black prisons could return alive, and then speak about their experiences. We have a few skeleton remains, corpses, and other things. If those people return alive, you all can give them back their bodies." The snow-white skeleton added. It was because it had previously heard that there were some who came back alive, that there might be some secret methods stored on this side of the world able to call those individuals back. The elders from Heavenly Deity Institution frowned. They had heard a few rumors, but they were still rumors in the end. They didn't see it for themselves. Xianxia was moved. "Don't tell me those rumors were true?" After entering immortal ancient remains and cultivating immortal energy, he had experienced too many things. He had previously saw a guidance palace, and even saw a primordial spirit rush in for some reason. That place definitely holds some great secret. Sure how thought to himself, his brows tightly locking together. These separate events were scattered about, but if one thought about them deeply, they could all be strung up together. Sure how never expected the creatures from a different world to mention this type of matter after crossing realms, leaving him a bit confused. Could it be that something especially important happened? Don't you all like fighting? Why not just fight your way into the land of darkness? An elder from Heavenly Deity Institution said emotionlessly. The other world left them in despair. Even though they knew the predestined trajectory was unavoidable, they still felt unwilling, a dark cloud constantly weighing down on their minds. Sure how thought to himself, could it be that the reason why the creatures from the other side ultimately withdrew was because of that land of darkness? However, that didn't seem too likely. He couldn't really understand. Since the other party mentioned it, then there was definitely a good reason for doing so. When these words sounded, many people were shaken. Just what kind of people were those from the other side? Don't tell me those figures don't understand themselves? Everyone was a bit stupefied. Just something a great figure was interested in, that's all. Don't think too much about it. The Snow-White skeleton said. How could they not think too much about it? He already said so much. He was asking around for one of the so-called great figures, right? Wu, since I came here, you all should know what this signifies. When he spoke like this, the atmosphere immediately became tense to the extreme. In reality, many people's minds already went cold when the passage appeared just now and this skeleton appeared. They already felt like the world was going to become chaotic. Only, when he brought up the land of darkness, everyone's attention was shifted, reducing some of the fear, not feeling the severity and urgency of this matter. Now that it mentioned the matters of crossing realms, everyone immediately became vigilant. Was the great disaster finally going to start? What a pity! It's still not time. I still can't cross over. That Snow-White skeleton shook his head. When everyone heard this, many of them released a sigh. However, at the same time, they felt a type of humiliation. They actually felt so relieved when they heard that the other side wouldn't come yet. There really was a lack of fighting spirit. You all even have the heaven and earth pouch, using it to forcefully open up a path. So why can't you cross over? An elder from Heavenly Deity Institution asked, face sunken. Even though a path has been opened, it is restricted by the will of heaven and earth here. If not for the heaven and earth pouch resisting this will, I wouldn't be able to communicate with you all. He admitted quite candidly that its true body couldn't cross over, only able to walk out of the passage through this skeleton. The more powerful the individual, the more difficult it is for them to cross realms. Unless the day comes when the realm walls are destroyed, allowing them to fully invade, it is too difficult for them to cross over. An elder from Heavenly Deity Institution said softly. Everyone became horrified. One had to understand that the Snow-White skeleton was an existence that surpassed sect master level, yet it was still weak in that creature's eyes. Give you all a chance. See just how far you all can go in the future. That Snow-White skeleton spoke. What do you mean? Someone asked. We cannot cross over, but some of our younger generation can. They will come over to exchange pointers with those on your side. Of course, you all can see it as a life and death struggle if you so choose to, the Snow-White skeleton said. You! Heavenly Deity Institution's elder replied angrily. He didn't mind having all of their younger generation experts come. When the time comes, for the sake of peace in this realm, he was willing to act beneath his status and kill all those creatures. Our younger generation can only compete within a certain scope, cannot leave this black peak. The Snow-White skeleton pointed towards the sky. The heaven and earth pouch was resisting this heaven and earth's will. Only the mountain surrounded by the multicolored light released from the finger could be considered safe. The true experts couldn't come, only the later generations able to enter the black peak. They were going to size up this world's power. This was the reason why they went to such great extent to cross over. When they heard the circumstances, Heavenly deity institution's disciples immediately became stirred up, every one of them rolling up their sleeves, eager to fight. The older generation might feel worried and dejected, but the younger generation wouldn't. After hearing about how tragic immortal ancient great era's destruction was, how great powerful clans withered away, now that they finally encountered creatures from the other side, they were itching to go up and fight. It was because they felt anger inside, and they were all the most powerful experts from their own respective regions, so they were quite ambitious. Could be said to be a type of newborn calves not fearing tigers. Are you trying to mislead our realm's geniuses to send themselves to their deaths? An elder from Heavenly Deity Institution said coldly. You can bring out your chaotic supreme treasures and give it a try to see if it is real or not. The snow-white skeleton said. Right at this moment, behind it, a great clamoring could be heard from that indistinct passage. Killing intent surged. A group of creatures rushed out, as if demon gods were descending. On this side, everyone from Heavenly Deity Institution watched carefully, wishing to see what the creatures from the other world were like. Armors shone with cold radiance. Weapons released brilliant light. There were some that sat on barbaric beasts, some that walked on foot. This was a group of extremely young, powerful creatures. Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples were all shocked. Most of the creatures on the other side were human-shaped, not all that much different from those of this world. They look about the same as us, so why must they attack us? Someone raised this question. These are some of our young heroes? Are you willing to compare? The snow-white skeleton spoke. Xianxia sighed inwardly. He was the only one who knew that these were creatures from the place he previously visited, that they were the same species, not fiends like those from this side believed. It was to the extent where he recognized some people from a hurried glance. In the past, when he was in the world on the other side of the desolate border, he had ascended Undying Mountain and met some of their best geniuses. They eventually departed from the mountain peak to meet the undying beings. It was unknown what those people experienced, but they always believed that the creatures on Xianxia's side were demons, that they were invaders. It really was shocking. What else could Xianxia say about this? Right at this time, the leading figure this time from the Heavenly Deity Institution, a black-robed elder, produced a scroll. He unfolded it, mouth muttering something. As expected, the 10 Realms diagram is in your hands. Activate it and use it together with the Heaven and Earth pouch. You all won't have anything to worry about then, the snow-white skeleton said. Many people began to clamor with noise, all of them extremely shocked. Wasn't Immeasurable Heaven's most powerful magical artifact the 9 Phoenix Furnace? Why was there now a 10 Realms diagram? 10 Realms diagram isn't Immeasurable Heaven's supreme treasure. It belongs to another ancient land from the 9 heavens, 10 earths. Someone said. Right at this time, Heavenly Deity Institution's elders talked things over among themselves. After an endless amount of time had passed, they wanted to see just how terrifying the creatures of the other side were now. Elders, just let us fight. We aren't scared. Someone spoke up, wishing to have a go at the creatures from the other side. Exactly. After all this time, this is the first time we clashed. How can we not have a bloody battle? A few people cried out noisily. There was a moment of silence, and then this place erupted with activity. Walala! Strong winds swept about. The Heaven and Earth pouch moved. The 10 Realms diagram flew into the sky, quickly moving about. It released large amount of radiance, making the great stars in the cosmos tremble in response. Then, it enlarged, the aura becoming even more terrifying. In that instant, it surged with divine force, surging like ocean waves. 10 Realms diagram, it became more and more frightening. As it continuously enlarged, it devoured stars from the heavens, displaying all of the worlds stored within it. The 10 Realms diagram and Heaven and Earth pouch haven't truly collided yet, but it already became different. A battlefield has been created. Those who don't fear death can enter to evaluate each other. Someone said. Hong Long. The 10 Realms diagram unexpectedly merged with the Heaven and Earth pouch, continuously changing, eventually forming a mysterious small world. Those who are not scared to fight, come. On the other side, there were people who shouted, still looking down on heavenly deity institution's disciples. Kacha, the snow-white skeleton's body displayed cracks. Couldn't hold on anymore, because it was being rejected by this world. A powerful being like itself couldn't remain here. This was especially the case since the 10 realms diagram faced the heaven and earth pouch. That small world was already opened. Mountain forest lush, multicolored light shining, the scene extraordinary. Those who wish to go, do as you wish, an elder from Heavenly Deity Institution said. With a hula sound, there were several dozen disciples from the academy who moved, all of them wishing to fight. Go, we should also head over, Wang Shi said to Shi Hao. At this time, Lu Tuo, Yao Yu and the others moved as well, wishing to join the battle. Fire beacons were raised. A competition between heaven-warping geniuses was about to begin. These individuals were still young, full of vitality. They walked over with large steps, every one of them full of passion and ambition. Some of them had great pride in themselves, while others were taking action because they were unsatisfied, wishing to fight. Of course, there were some voices of disagreement as well. Shi Hao moved next to Wang Shi, saying quietly, "With so many people heading over, there'll be many casualties. We don't need those with lower cultivations to go right." There were some on the side who became upset when they heard this. Was this fella getting stage fright? By now, they were already approaching that great black peak, about to enter that screen of light. Once they entered, it would be a different world. Hard to say whether they were going to come out dead or alive. There were some who sneered, looking towards Shi Hao and saying, "You have it rough, don't you?" Staying at Wang Shi's side, "Tiske." That person shook his head. Shi Hao naturally wouldn't feel offended, only giving out a kind reminder, saying, "Hot blood alone isn't enough. Dying tragically after entering really isn't worth it. Could it be that you want to be a deserter?" There were some who stared at him with astonishment. They never met someone who was this direct, saying this type of thing in front of everyone. "If there are sect master-level experts inside, of course I'll run. Is there even a need to explain myself?" Shi Hao replied. In these people's opinion, under the current situation, it was more appropriate to have mentalities of fighting to the death. This person really lacked courage. Even if one thought these types of things, it shouldn't be spoken out. Princess Yao Yu released a light laugh. She looked at Wang Shi and then said, "Younger sis, your Dao friend really is cute, already wishing to run before the fight has even begun." Wang Shi felt helpless. Her beautiful eyes looked towards Shi Hao, gaze like blades, bright and penetrating. The great black peak was massive. It was surrounded by a screen of light, everything ahead of that a different world. In the skies, the 10 realms diagram and heaven and earth pouch stood side by side, as if they became one, opening up this world. Chaotic energy spread through this place. These people entered from the foot of the mountain without any hesitation, immediately entering that miraculous small world. Of course, during this process, the 10 realms diagram flickered with divine radiance, releasing brilliant light. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enter. This wasn't crossing realms, but it was close. In an instant, flower fragrance wafted through the air. Bird cries sounded. The grass and trees were fresh and green, purple mists rising from the cliffs. From time to time, the roars of auspicious beasts could be heard. Divine birds cried out gently, the scene extremely peaceful. Everyone was shocked. This was completely different from the scene they saw outside. A vibrant world. Those two supreme treasures were incredible after all. After they merged together, they actually created this type of wondrous space, forming a world full of life. The ancient trees were lush and flourishing with life, mountain range rising and falling, extremely magnificent. There were some areas that were covered with mist, some areas having silvery white divine waterfalls crashing down. There were also areas where beast roars sounded continuously. This was definitely not the great black peak they saw before. This was a brand new territory. When they turned around, they already couldn't see the people behind them, unable to see anything, only a primal chaos realm wall. At the same time, those outside couldn't see them either, only able to see a hazy expanse and rising immortal energy. Don't tell me we are going to be trapped inside, unable to return, right? Xianxia frowned. He tried things out. He struck the realm wall with his finger, but instead felt a great recoil force, causing chaotic light to splash out. That area was extremely sturdy, difficult to penetrate. You really did want to run? The others mocked. It's not good to be a deserter, you know? There were others that laughed with good intentions. She had an awkward expression on her face, feeling like this fella was too disappointing. Traveling with him really did make her lose face. However, everyone did feel that it was strange. Their path of retreat was cut off, while the road ahead was unimaginably vast and grand, completely different from the outside world. What was going on? We might already be inside the 10 realms diagram, already people inside the painting. Someone boldly came to this conclusion. To be more precise, we are in the space created by a primal chaos supreme treasure, one that might not be any smaller than one of the ancient lands. They began to discuss among themselves, roughly understanding the current circumstances. That's not entirely correct. I had the fortune of seeing an imitation of the 10 realms diagram, an exceptional magical artifact. The world it opened is inconsistent with this one. Xianxia said. All supreme treasures had imitations, just like the heaven and earth pouch. Xianxia had seen quite a few of them while in the lower realm, several dozen pieces of divine beast skin enough to create an extraordinary magical artifact. There were quality goods among imitations, but there were only a few truly exceptional magical artifacts. No matter how powerful they were, they still couldn't compare to the original object. Not only is it a space created by the 10 realms diagram, there is also the world contained within the heaven and earth pouch. The two combined together to form this world. A transport formation appeared in front of them. It was releasing wisps of purple mist, forming a mist-covered land. What do we have to do to meet them? How are we supposed to fight them? Is this transport formation part of the journey? They moved together. There were also others behind them that arrived in this area one after another. A few people speculated that this world was controlled simultaneously by both the 10 realms diagram and heaven and earth pouch, representing a mix of both worlds. Could still be considered peaceful, not too great of a trap. The transport formation here might very well be what they had to use to meet those other creatures and fight against them. The transport formation was activated. They immediately disappeared, and soon after, they arrived in a vast place. The red mountain rock in this place was extremely striking, the terrain rather open. Desolate forests full of ancient trees could be seen all around them. Only the region in the center similar to a desert without any grass. Ideal for a battlefield. On the other side, a group of people walked out, every single one of their auras exceptional, gaze like lightning. They walked shoulder to shoulder, all of them quite terrifying. They all had immortal energy flowing from them. None of these creatures were weak, all of them top-level geniuses. In addition, it was just as that snow-white skeleton said. They were all young. Sure enough, the people on the other side were extremely arrogant, their attitudes clear. They felt contempt towards the people on this side, possessing a type of innate mental superiority. Perhaps it was because from past until now, they were always the victors. Xianxia carefully examined these individuals, a few of them especially astonishing. The blood essence in their bodies were restrained, but under his heavenly eyes, he felt as if he was looking at volcanoes that might erupt at any time, these individuals incredibly terrifying. You all aren't truly vicious creatures from the other side of the world, but rather of the same race as us. Why is there a need for such violence? Xianxia secretly transmitted, not wishing for the others to find out. On the other side, there were some whose gaze were cold, others whose bodies burned brilliantly, releasing heaven overflowing radiance. A powerful aura pressed over. Even people like you think you are worthy of being regarded as the same race as us? Some of them immediately showed disdain, carrying cold intent, a type of loathing, and even more so a type of indifference. Many people on Xianxia's side were stunned as well, not knowing who it was that was transmitting sound from their side. Why was there a need to do this? All it ended up doing was drawing contempt from the other side. However, when they looked over one after another towards these creatures, they also began to question themselves. The two sides really should be from the same source, not being all that much different. For example, there were some human race experts, but there were also creatures like the Pisho, Peacock, Chiwen, Xianxia, and others, all creatures that existed in the 9 heavens 10 earths. They were clearly the same race, so why was there a need to stand against each other? Could it be that this hostility was, in the end, just a massacre between the same races? We are all from the same roots, or else why do we look so similar? The strength of our bloodlines are even the same. Xianxia secretly shouted again. He had previously visited the other side of the desolate border, knowing that a great ancient realm was about the same as the 9 heavens 10 earths, a place where experts stood in great numbers. However, it wasn't a place where true enemies resided. That ancient realm was presumably also detached from the 9 heavens 10 earths before, and as a result controlled by the creatures of the other side. You all are devils, long infected, forgotten who you really are. Should just accept judgment. The creatures on the other side shouted. When they heard this type of denouncing, regardless of whether it was the stunning Yao Yu or the powerful Lu Tuo, they all couldn't help but be stunned. Why would these people speak with this type of attitude? It was precisely at this moment that Xianxia released a sigh. He didn't want to admit it, nor did he want to accept it, so how could the one he was facing now acknowledge what he said? It was because if what he said was true, then those people would immediately feel as if they fell 18 floors into the netherworld, a complete toppling of everything they knew, shattering their beliefs. It would be too frightening. Ha ha! A cold laughter sounded, even more so carrying a type of callousness. Could it be that some of you came to our world? Last time an old ancestor sensed something, deducing that a small bug escaped. It seems like that bug is here. When Xianxia heard this, he was immediately stunned. Perhaps you'll understand what really happened if you fight against me. That person spoke again, similarly speaking silently, not revealing his true self. Xianxia's fine hairs stood on end, feeling that this person was extremely dangerous. At the same time, he had a feeling that this person might be someone who came from the world the true enemies resided in. I am going to capture you alive, and then cut you down, Xianxia transmitted. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. Ha ha! Laughter sounded in an unbridled and brash manner, carrying disdain, as well as a type of ridicule and coldness. Always been defeated, never won before, an inferior race from a defeated ancient land. Is there still any point in showing off any arrogance or confidence? This was already no longer a type of taunting, but undisguised humiliation. Moreover, directed at all of the creatures in the 9 heavens 10 earths, rubbing the defeat and humiliation further in. Forget about Xianxia even when those like Shen Kuan, Wang Shi, and Yao Yu from undying families felt anger. A wave of resentment hidden within them was surging. This was just too humiliating. After endless time had passed, their past defeat was still the 9 heavens 10 earths' eternal suffering. After being buried for an entire great era, the creatures were pretty much completely wiped out. Only long-life families and a few others escaped, able to survive. Whenever they recalled this, it would always be like a type of torment, a feeling of humiliation engraved within them. Now old events were being raised again. When the opposing creature's descendants brought it up with this type of tone, it was hacking apart old scars. What was any of what I said wrong? Why are none of you all saying anything? That creature spoke up again, still remaining in the dark, not revealing its true self. When one cultivated to a certain degree, it would be extremely difficult for others to discover them, because they were too strong. He wasn't an ordinary cultivator. If you have the guts, then stand out here. I will fight a great battle of 300 exchanges and then kill you, a disciple from Heavenly Deity Institution shouted, unable to tolerate this type of humiliation. Little cultivator who cultivated a single strand of immortal energy. Even someone like you is worth bothering with? The difference between us is too great, unworthy, that person said coldly. Come out. We'll see what happens from the results. That disciple from Heavenly Deity Institution shouted. He was extremely unconvinced. Even though he knew that he was likely not a match, he still didn't want to lower his head. If you wish to die, how can that not be easily done? I'll help you with accomplishing your goal. When this sentence sounded, everyone's expressions changed. It was because a formless sword energy shot out, piercing through that person's body. It was too fast, no one able to react in time. Moreover, this was sword energy released from the void, not from the creatures on the other side, meaning that the enemy was right before them this entire time, just that no one noticed. This made many people break out into cold shivers, feeling a wave of chilliness. A string of blood splashed out. That disciple from the academy collapsed, body practically cleaved in half. The only fortunate thing was that he didn't die, surviving. It was 10 Crown King who took action, blocking a portion of the sword energy, because that person wasn't too far from him. Fool! This is the result of challenging me. That voice sounded in a cold and deep manner. What was there left to say? This person was extremely dangerous and too powerful, possessing a type of body concealing secret method, extremely difficult to detect, attacking without leaving a trace. Xianxia frowned. This type of method was similar to the 3000 Provinces Heavenly Country Assassin Organization, only it was more terrifying and superior. Heavenly Deity Institutions people were naturally discontent. Even though they were a bit terrified, many of them held weapons in their hands, loudly shouting out, "Who are you? Come out and fight! Damn thing we can't even see! If you have the guts, come out and fight!" Could be said that this drew the anger of this entire crowd. However, the experts who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy all frowned, feeling like they encountered a formidable opponent. It was because they couldn't find that individual's traces even after opening their heavenly eyes. Woo! This dilapidated earth has declined further and further as expected, so weak. That person in the dark seemed to be shaking his head. Xianxia also spoke secretly, always speaking of your predecessor's accomplishments. Like that means anything. Could it be that you are using your dead ancestors' deeds to bolster your bravery, so that we don't look down on you? Haha! That person laughed, extremely calm, and also extremely arrogant. That ancestor of mine is still alive. When this sentence was spoken, forget about Xianxia, even Lu Tuo, Wang Shi, and 10 Crown King were all shocked as well. Just how ancient of an existence was this? They obviously knew that the ancestor he was talking about had participated in Immortal Ancient Great Era's battle. This type of ancient being could basically be called a living fossil, still existing even now. Just how powerful and frightening was he then? Just the thought alone made everyone feel despair. I know you should be that bug. I will catch you in a bit and make you my servant. The one speaking in the dark was calm and indifferent, as if he was speaking about something that was inevitable. When the slaughtering starts, we'll see then who captures and kills who, Xianxia said. No one knew who was speaking from the 2 sides. They were all looking about, but they couldn't distinguish who it was. Right now, the atmosphere was extremely tense. This spacious and empty zone was perfectly suited as a battlefield. A great battle could erupt at any time. What are we still waiting for? Just charge forward like our ancestors did in the past. Completely wipe them out. A brown-haired woman from the other side said, her figure slender and full of power. There is no point in speaking any further. Just wipe them all out. Beside her, a gray-haired male spoke, carrying a smile. He held a magical staff in hand, pressing forward step by step. Woo, everyone, it is time to take action. The moment to put our skills to the test has arrived. I believe it won't take too long at all to deal with them, or else it will be a type of humiliation. Another white-robed youth said, eyes profound and unfathomable. It could be said that these people felt a sense of superiority that originated from their bones, looking at the people on the other side of them with a type of contempt. Perhaps it was because they had always won, greatly defeating the creatures of the 9 heavens 10 earths, possessing a type of innate superiority, which was why they were all extremely confident. Kill! The people on Heavenly Deity Institution's side naturally wouldn't shrink back, every one of them charging forward. On the other side there were many creatures, all of them powerful. They wore armors, held heavenly spears, war halberds, and all different types of weapons. Cold light flickered about, killing intent thick and cold. This was a group of extremely powerful cultivators. They rushed over just like that, the fluctuations they released rising and falling like ocean waves. Within were humans, stone people, metal creatures, all of them currently in human form. Auspicious light overflowed, rushing into the heavens above. Kill! The brown-haired woman's figure was slender and fit, her skin a tanned color. She rushed at Lu Tuo like a leopard, selecting a powerful expert, because she also cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. Pong! Great anger surged between the two. Divine chains of order shot into the heavens, erupting like a sun. This type of radiance was too brilliant, bringing pain to many people's eyes, tears flowing out. This was just the first strike, yet it was already so frightening. If not for the fact that this was a wondrous world formed from both the 10 realms diagram and heaven and earth pouch, any other place would have ruptured and sunk. A bit interesting. There are some people from this ruined ancient realm who aren't that bad. That brown-haired woman spoke. The great battle became even more intense. This woman colliding intensely with Lu Tuo. This fairy truly is bright like a divine moon. Could we exchange some pointers? An individual in pure gold armor spoke to Fairy Yao Yu. Of course, even though he was extremely tall and handsome, he still came with ulterior motives. It was clear that Princess Yao Yu's beauty drew the attention of the creatures from the other side, possessing quite the sex appeal. Many experts claimed they wanted to interact with her, but actually wanted to capture her. Who? Wind sounds whistled about. Princess Yao Yu formed a fist imprint, supporting a pure and holy moon. With power that swept out like ocean tides or astral winds, she attacked the golden-armored male. Kill! The others also took action, clashing with each other, a great decisive battle. This place ended up in complete chaos. This was truly a grand event. After endless years passed, the creatures of the 2 worlds finally had a chance to fight again. If news of this got out, it would definitely leave the hearts of many moved. Shouts of war shook the heavens. Heavenly spears broke apart. Copper cauldrons shattered. Metal armors went up in flames. The great battle was too miserable. They had only just began, yet blood could already be seen. Many people were seriously injured. This was a war fought with lives on the line. Hao was taking action, his palms and fingers rushing about in the wind. At the same time, he was observing the situation, searching for that hidden creature. Where exactly was he? Right at this moment, a white-clothed youth walked over, looking towards Wang Shi and saying, "Truly appearance exceptional. An inheritor fostered by a long-life family, I presume? Only then would be able to have such a reserved style." He took action, attacking towards Wang Shi. 3 strands of immortal energy. Wang Shi was shocked, avoiding the radiance. She was still wounded, her condition quite bad. Just now, even though she had taken action the entire time, she didn't encounter anyone with 3 strands of immortal energy. "Should we run?" Hao asked her. Wang Shi was truly irritated. This fellow really lacked courage, actually advising her like this. "Aren't you seriously injured? How are you going to fight?" Hao said. Wang Shi sighed. Was this fellow worrying for her sake? She shook her head and said, "I chose to enter precisely to fight and size up their strength." Hao curled his lips. Already injured to this extent, so what boasting of merits was there left to speak of? "There's no need to worry. I have a type of heavenly art known as the 100-day 10 Phoenix Nirvana art that can temporarily restore me to my peak." "Oh?" "The same suicidal 100-day 10 Phoenix Nirvana art which, after using, not even an immortal king can save you." That white-robed youth revealed a look of shock. When Hao heard this, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Was it worth fighting with her life on the line? "This method can allow for many rebirths within 100 days, while I only need once," Wang Shi said. With a honglong sound, her flesh surged with divine light, shining brilliantly. Finally, she recovered to her peak state. Even though it would bring her great harm, needing to properly recover in the future, she couldn't be bothered with so much right now. She longed for this type of battle, wishing to see how strong the creatures of the other world were. "White-robed kid, you better know your place, or else I'm going to beat the shit out of you," Hao threatened. The white-robed youth already took action, fighting intensely. However, When he heard this, he was a bit stupefied. There was actually someone who spoke to him like this. I should put in some work too. Find that person and fight against him. The others were all fighting with everything they had. How could Xianxia remain indifferent with a powerful opponent before him? That person was hidden well, not exposing himself. Could it be that this person wanted to kill him? Xianxia calmed himself down, clearing his mind. Only then would his senses become sharper. And perhaps then, he will discover where that person was. He had to constantly be on guard. If it had to be said who was the most carefree right now, everyone would definitely look towards Xianxia, who was calmly walking along the battlefield, releasing a punch right, kick left, not fully committing to anything. In reality, his mind was fully concentrated on finding that person. You are that bug. I finally found you. Do you want to die? Or will you take me as your master? That hidden individual shouted, releasing this cold voice from the nothingness. There was a powerful arrogance as he looked at Xianxia. Come, accept death, Xianxia shouted. He blasted through the void, sensing the other party's aura. When this palm was released, the void was like colored glass, shattering with a pa sound. Dark cracks extended in all directions, surging with endless killing energy, moreover revealing a creature's true body. Xianxia took action again. Beams of light rushed out from his fingers, making this place collapse. This was also precisely the reason why nothing could hide anymore. Only, he never expected the creature he forced out to be this giant and sinister. This was a vicious beast with a rhinoceros body, vicious beast head, 18 horns resting on his head, vicious and powerful. It was several hundred zhang tall, like a small mountain, exceptionally bold and powerful. It had 6 legs, each of them thick like a giant pillar. Its legs were covered in Chilan scales, different from the thick skin of a rhinoceros. There was a crocodile tail behind it as well, bright red and shining. At the same time, Xianxia discovered with shock that he was already no longer in that battlefield. With that fist he released, he followed that strange beast into a lush and primitive mountain forest. Void beast! Xianxia was shocked. This was a void beast, extremely similar to the one recorded in ancient texts. A living void beast. This was a creature recorded in ancient texts, pretty much impossible to find in reality. He didn't expect to see a true void beast here today. When Xianxia was in the 8 regions, he had previously seen a damaged void beast skin, and then when he came to the 3,000 provinces, he didn't see any living creatures, only rare bone weapons. It was rumored that this type of creature had pretty much all became extinct, extremely rare even back in the ancient times, numbers few. In the nearby mountain forest, there were a few figures fighting intensely as well, not that many. They also saw this scene, revealing a look of shock. Even the cultivators on the other side felt shocked when they saw this type of strange beast on their own side, never expecting that this was the creature that was concealing itself. So it turned out to be like this. I was wondering why this type of creature was so rare and precious. Turns out it's a species from the other side. Xianxia suddenly realized. Fool, those void beasts that fell in this dilapidated ancient realm can only be considered beasts, long becoming inferior after their bloodlines became combined with your realm's lowly bloodlines. How can it compare to my king bloodline? This creature said coldly, incredibly arrogant, feeling a type of humiliation towards the creatures of this realm, displaying undisguised contempt. These words left Heavenly Deity Institution's students furious. He was looking down on them too much. Did they really believe they were the only one high up above? However, this was indeed shocking. The void beast was one of the rarest divine beasts, controlling space. The precious technique they grasped was known to potentially reach immortal Tao. This type of irregular beast in the 9 heavens 10 earths were actually impure descendants from its bloodline, not part of the true Void King race. This really was a bit shocking. Needless to say, this true Void King was a malevolent vicious beast from the other side, definitely incomparably powerful. Towards its sarcastic comments, Xianxia only had a single response, and that was, to kill it. It was pointless to say anything else right now. He might as well just defeat it, trample on it beneath his feet. This was more powerful than any words. When his fingers moved together, the surrounding void distorted. His fingers were spotlessly white like jade. He fiercely brandished his arm, striking forward. Dong! The power of this fist was world-shocking, few people able to resist it. It collapsed the heavens and shattered the earth. A honglong sounded, all sides trembling. However, this was as far as it went. Even though Shihao's fist was incomparably vicious, blasting through this place, he only struck empty air. The vicious beast vanished from its original location, completely silent like a shadow, vanishing in an instant. It was extremely massive, several hundred zhang tall like a mountain. However, its movements were just too nimble. This figure disappeared with a flash. Divine light surged around Shihao's fist like a raging flame, rising upwards. Enormous divine force waves even more so surged behind him, rushing into the clouds. The power of his fist was undoubtedly astonishing, its might able to suppress a region. Yet he couldn't hit his opponent, not displaying any results. Our bloodline are the kings of all things, transcending above, grasping heaven and earth, even the heavens unable to disgrace us. Even with you inferior bloodline, you dare try to injure me, let alone kill me. The void beast spoke, voice indifferent, carrying a type of contempt attitude, as if didn't treat anything in this world with significance. King my ass. Things like you are best suited as mounts, Shihao said. He took action again. Divine feathers appeared one after another at his sides, every one of them golden, a total of 108,000 of them. They burned there, releasing resplendent golden light. In the distance, in that barren battlefield, everyone became shocked. They saw the blazing golden light in the mountain range, as if an undying immortal furnace had appeared. It was just too dazzling. Who is that? What powerful fluctuations, truly frightening. Everyone was moved. This was definitely an extremely powerful expert, strong to a ridiculous degree. Everyone became stunned. In the forest, raging flames surged around Shihao, divine light surrounding him as he stood there, wrapped with an endless golden light. He was like a war god bathed in flames. A bit interesting having some ability. If you aren't convinced, then feel free to give it your all. The void beast said. Chi. Immediately afterwards, the golden feathers floating in the void shook one after another, as if metal was striking against each other, turning into a true exceptional heavenly sword. These were peng feathers, a derivation of the Kuan peng technique. Right now, they were displayed to their peak, penetrating the void. Shihao knew that it grasped the void great method, able to come and go in the void. That was why he released an area of effect attack, immediately attacking all directions indiscriminately. Thus, 108,000 feathers shattered the void. The strike was too powerful, terrifying to the extreme. The fluctuations made the hearts of everyone in the distance shake, feeling waves of alarm. Chi. The 108,000 divine swords shot through the void, sword energy interweaving, unable to stop anything. It was incomparably powerful, mountains rupturing, rivers drying out. One could see large parts of the mountain range collapsing, turning into stone particles, giant lakes disappearing, turning into water vapors. The void was even more so covered in cracks. Meanwhile, this was just the beginning. In that instant, a hazy mist appeared, primal chaos removed. This place was smashed apart, everything no longer visible. It was because the 108,000 swords shattered, returning peace to this place. Everyone was shocked. This was the ultimate attack Shihao displayed with 3 strands of immortal energy, able to cut down gods and devils, power shocking all those in this generation. This was a killing method that could overlook an entire generation. The cultivators in the distance couldn't see too clearly, but the people nearby were all stupefied. Who was this person, remaining silent in heavenly deity institution, actually possessing this type of magical force? They were shocked. This person was definitely not weaker than the Academy's outstanding talents. A young supreme being who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. Dong. In the mists, within the primal chaos mists, an incredibly dull and gloomy sound rang out. Most of Shihao's 108,000 golden feathers struck empty air, but there were still some that gathered together, hitting something. The void beast's eyes were cold. There were 18 horns on its heads, some black, some scarlet like blood, some spotlessly white like jade. At this moment, they shone, supporting a barrier of light to stop the golden feathers. Kuan Peng's inheritor? I loathe this bloodline. It spoke in a deep and cold manner. Everyone in the mountain region became shocked. Not even this type of powerful attack could injure it. This existence was too frightening. By grasping the void, it was the same as being innately undefeated. Everyone withdrew a set distance, still feeling some lingering fears. It was clear that Xianxia's strike was exceptionally terrifying, but couldn't be gathered together to attack the void beast. Only some of the golden feather swords landed on its horns. This was the same as weakening most of an attack's power. The Void King Beast's eyes were ruthless as it stood there. Its enormous body even more so gave off an oppressive feeling. This time, he took the initiative to attack, walking forward, saying, Kuan Peng's inheritor, I am going to kill you. The surrounding people's minds jumped. This person grasped the Kuan Peng's inheritance. Was he the descendant of the Kuan Peng? These news were definitely shocking, and if it leaked out, it would definitely shock others. However, this person actually kept a low profile in the academy, leaving them stunned. I recognize him. He's Wang Shi's follower. Ah, the one that stirred up quite a bit of chaos? Heavenly Deity Institution was extremely large, not all of them meeting Xianxia before. Only those who participated in the challenges knew him. At this moment, everyone in the mountain region revealed looks of surprise. Soul-smashing void. Right at this time, the void beast took action. It raised its large claw and slashed out, astonishing killing energy flooding outwards. A streak of dazzling radiance shot out like undying light. It cut up the heaven and earth, severing the heavenly dome, the scenes making one's soul tremble in response. Kacha! This was clearly a cutting of the void, stretching out for who knew just how many li. Using the void as a blade, hacking apart all that stood in the way, involving the spirit and even karma, slicing apart the yin and yang, destroying time. Hong! Xianxia moved through the air, golden feathers rushing into the heavens all around him, wings striking the skies. Not only was he dealing with this attack, he was also rushing at the void beast. Snow-white radiance illuminated heaven and earth. The great void gash became even more terrifying. Xianxia rushed forward, jumping past the great crack to fight a great decisive battle against the void beast. This place became chaotic. Two figures, one large, one small, moved as fast as lightning, continuously fading in and out of existence, sometimes vanishing, sometimes solidifying, as if true immortals were fighting an intense battle. Oh, the void beast's enormous black body was heavy like a mountain. It raised its head, releasing a great roar. A large amount of light blades shout out from its mouth, these all-spatial blades that hacked apart heaven and earth. Moreover, this power was ever-present, everywhere, surrounding Xianxia. Open. The only thing Xianxia could do was open his single heavenly passage, form an absolute domain to stop these spatial laws. In addition, his entire body turned into a comet-like streak of light, smashing forward. An enormous collision sounded. He slaughtered his way over from high up in the sky, his fist smashing towards the void beast's skull. As a result, the fist collided with the horn, feeling as if he was striking steel. The noise resounded through the mountain range. The two great experts' intense battle reached its climax. Heavenly winds swept about, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. All types of divine abilities could be seen, making this mountain range shake continuously. Xianxia's fists formed imprints, displaying the Lightning Emperor's technique, making lightning hack down viciously from the 9 heavens above. This was definitely a wonderful technique for dealing with spatial divine laws. The lightning was ever present, moreover incredibly berserk, the destructive power astonishing. The void beast roared, eyes becoming cold. Right now, all 18 horns on its head began to shine, connecting heaven and earth, as if it could accomplish anything. Hong! The void exploded, the energy storm turning into ocean waves, moving against the gravity upwards to face the endless lightning. When the two clashed, it was as if great stars exploded one after another. The scenes in the heavens above were astonishing, colors brilliant. Deafening thunder rumbled. This type of power was too great, leaving everyone in complete shock. Even Hao was dumbstruck. This void beast was too strong. It was facing him head-on, not retreating, using the void sea to face his lightning sea. Hong! The heavens exploded, and then the man and beast separated. They staggered about, Hao's hair completely disheveled. They separated, and then faced each other from the distance. They both felt a bit shocked at the other party's strength. This place immediately became quiet. Just now, the series of exchanges just now looked astonishing, the intense battle unceasing, but in reality, it all happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone nearby was stupefied. This was too shocking. A young supreme being with 3 strands of immortal energy fighting against a legendary Void King beast. This was definitely a world-shaking battle. They were all stirred up, wishing to tell the others. A group of trash, irritating. The Void Beast suddenly spoke, and then disappeared from its original location. On a distant mountain peak, a youngster cried out miserably. His neck was hacked open by a sharp claw, a string of blood rushing high into the air. His heroic spirit was imposing, strength exceptional. But at this moment, his head fell off, face carrying despair and unwillingness. He knew that he wouldn't be able to continue living. As expected, the space between his brows was cut open by a blade of light, primordial spirit scattering, thus ending his life. This was definitely a genius. He cultivated a strand of immortal energy, able to dominate a region, yet now he could only die in vain, unable to retaliate in the slightest. The main reason was because the Void King beast was too strong. He controlled space, ever-present, a bit difficult to deal with even for Hao, let alone him. "Bastard, you're courting death," Hao berated. He already rushed over, but was still a step too late, only able to watch as that talented youngster fell, unable to save him. "These creatures with inferior bloodlines don't have the qualifications to see me take action," the Void King beast said coldly. In the distance, even the cultivators who came from the other side felt their scalps go numb. This great figure really had terrifying cultivation. Most of them believed that this great figure was most likely doing this to anger that opponent it was facing, doing this on purpose. There were also some who had a feeling that this great figure might have done this because it wasn't able to immediately suppress its opponent, and didn't want others to see this, and that was why it unleashed a great massacre. Show! The Void Beast disappeared. Not far out, a youth began to split apart from the space between his brows, the crack extended down to his legs, and then this entire person split in half, even the primordial spirit like this. He was directly cleaved in half by a great void crack, dying a violent death. Hao's eyes stared furiously, flames burning within them. This vicious beast was actually this ruthless, unleashing a slaughter in front of him. Hong! He also moved, rushing towards those from his own side, wishing to bring them away to prevent them from suffering harm. Those people were running themselves as well, rushing out from the mountain range. However, this heaven and earth immediately became different, actually being locked down, the space controlled. Those people couldn't move, some still mid-flight, yet frozen just like that. Pooh! Bloody light flickered about one after another. The Void Beast killed 4 more people. Even Hao's figure was restricted. He tried to forcefully break free through magical force, support this space and slaughter his way out. All trash as expected, 6 of them killed. Yet half of them didn't even cultivate immortal energy. Even people like these are worthy of entering the battlefield? Truly is getting worse with every generation. This decrepit world of yours is becoming more and more disappointing, completely declining. The Void Beast shook its head. Blood dripped out from its large claws, bright red and alarming. It was extremely calm as it spoke these words, not attaching any importance to those who died. Void King Beast. In the heavens, the last person roared out like this, carrying unwillingness. Then, his body broke apart, turning into a rain of blood. It was because just now, there were many spatial blades that hacked down on him. What? In the distant battlefield, everyone heard his roaring voice, seeing him turn into a rain of blood high up in the skies, all of them shaken up. At this moment, everyone finally knew what kind of expert had arrived. The people by the mountain range were definitely completely wiped out. Who could stop a Void Beast King? It was because the young supreme beings on this side were all facing enemies, unable to go over and provide assistance. Great One really is powerful. The creatures of the other side cried out cheers of praise for this Void King beast in that mountain range. Xianxia was seething in anger. This was the first time someone dared to kill so unbridledly in front of him. He rushed forward, changing his target. Pooh! With just the first strike, a willow branch shot out, piercing someone between the brows, body fished into the air, and then directly exploding. If you want to copy me, it's not that easy. The Void Beast sneered. It wanted to stop, lock down the void and stop Xianxia. However, Xianxia surged with killing intent. At this moment 3 strands of immortal energy surged. In addition, he put on the Lightning Emperor battle armor, everlasting immortal sword in hand. This meant that he was truly angry. Chi! When the sword core appeared in his hands, 108,000 golden divine feathers appeared again, shooting in all directions. Even if the Void Beast grasped divine spatial laws, there was no way it could completely stop everything. Meanwhile, this was a strike from a young supreme being who cultivated great Tao flowers, its greatness unstoppable. Break! The Void Beast shouted loudly, taking action with full force. However, the golden feathers didn't completely break, continuing to shoot at enemies in all directions. The creatures who came from the other side of the world all cried out miserably. Eyes widened as they collapsed into pools of blood. You dare kill my servants? The Void Beast released a low roar. There were some among those who fell who served directly under it as servants. Is that so? Then I'll be able to rest a bit easier now, Xianxia said. He didn't want to unleash slaughter like this, because he just felt like these creatures were of the same source as those from the 9 heavens 10 earths. However, just now he was just too angry, truly unable to hold himself back. Those insects with filthy blood flowing through them are all eliminated. No more unsightly things now, so I can properly deal with you. The Void Beast licked his lips, eyes deep and profound as he walked forward. Rumbling sounds ran out all around them. Collapsed peaks were restored, mountain ranges restored. It was because this was a small world created from both the 10 realms diagram and heaven and earth pouch. To prevent more insects from interfering, we'll fight in a different place. The Void Beast King spoke, and then its entire body erupted with radiance, surrounding this heaven and earth, bringing Xianxia with it away from this place, arriving at the limits of the mountain range. Xianxia's face was sunken. He didn't resist, following it here. A great wave of killing intent surged within him. Wu, you've actually visited our world before. Definitely have some secrets on you. Now that we are far from the battlefield, all of the opportunities and secrets you carry on you belong to me. The Void Beast said to itself, extremely confident. Its eyes burned with radiance as he stared at Xianxia. This was the reason why it seeked out Xianxia, wishing to obtain his secrets for itself. Xianxia naturally knew that the border of the world it spoke of was definitely the Black Undying Mountain. His eyes were cold as he said, You seem to be quite confident. Do you really think you can capture me? There has never been anyone in my generation who has dared look down on me. After saying this, Xianxia's voice became rough, anger fully consuming him. He had to get revenge for those who died, eliminate this vicious creature. 6. Dao. Reincarnations. Xianxia shouted, pausing between each word. His body's vital energy surged rapidly. Even though he was only a person's height, much shorter than the mountainous Void King beast, that type of imposingness was still too high to reach. Right now, his divine force surged, raising his Dao skills to the extreme, releasing an extreme attack. 6 Dao reincarnations, 6 types of magical imprints were completed at this moment, merging together. With a Hong sound, a heaven-shocking strike erupted. Actually, this type of ancient heavenly art, The void beast was shocked. It released a roar, and then the void skin on its body shone, the 18 horns on its head even more so shaking, erupting with endless divine radiance. 9 revolutions, heavenly art, it shouted. Hong. Immediately afterwards, incomparable divine force fluctuations rippled outwards from the two, engulfing this entire mountain region. The waves tore through everything they passed through, all things breaking. The void beast truly never expected sure how to grasp a matchless heavenly art like 6 Tao reincarnations. In the last great era, this heavenly art had inflicted quite the damage on people of its side, many powerful beings dying from this method. Now this ancient heavenly art appeared again, making its expression turn grave, not daring to show the slightest bit of carelessness. As a result, it began to attack with everything it had, releasing its full power, using an ancient method to stop the 6 Tao reincarnations, clashing against Sure How at full force. In the following great collisions, 6 black holes appeared, devouring the void, suppressing its divine abilities, refining all. 6 Tao operated. Nothing it couldn't break through. However, when the 6 revolutions heavenly art appeared, it still managed to free itself from the dangerous situation. This was also an ancient method that had previously shocked an entire great era, its divine might unrivaled. It was as if a great annihilation happened here, chaotic mist surging. Hong Long. After this final strike, the 2 individuals' bodies finally appeared again, blood flowing from the corners of both their mouths, bodies staggering about. However, Sure Hao's eyes shone. He was still moving, moreover extremely quickly, immediately pressing forward. Hong. This fist directly smashed down on the void beast's skull, incomparably vicious. Ho! The void beast roared, entire body shining. However, there was still a muffled sound that rang out between the two. The fist containing Sure Hao's ultimate power was too vicious. With the distance between the two so close, the scales on its head were shattered, blood flowing in a long stream. Of course, void blades also hacked down on Sure Hao's body at the same time, leaving bloody wounds on his body. Blood flowed out from the areas of the Lightning Emperor battle armor that were already damaged. Dong! Sure Hao's legs stamped down on that massive head. His feet seemed to carry endless strength, about to trample it to death. Kill! The void beast king roared. The 18 horns on its head shone, turning into 18 streaks of light, trapping Sure Hao within, wishing to refine him with void power. Evil creature, accept death, Sure Hao roared. His hands formed an imprint, activating his ancient heavenly art again. 6 Tao reincarnations. This ancient heavenly art reappeared. Die! Sure Hao roared. His head of black hair flew about as if they reached 3,000 zhang in length. Powerful winds stirred about as he erupted with fury. His hands formed imprints, and then it was as if 6 great magical figures appeared, blasting at the void beast. This attack landed on the void beast's head. The results were naturally terrifying behind end, this place completely erupting. If not for the void beast controlling heaven and earth, it would have undoubtedly died. The 18 horns on its head displayed great power, refining the void, evolving the heaven and earth, refining everything into nothingness. This was its body's innate divine ability, body and void merging together to avoid death. However, despite this being the case, it was still shaken up until blood flowed out from the corners of its mouth. This really was a world-shocking strike. At the very least, few people in this generation could release this type of killing method. The current Sure Hao gave off a feeling of domination and power. Even though the void beast was powerful, it still suffered when there was only this amount of distance between the two. Its entire body swayed back and forth, falling out from the void. Soul-smashing void. 9 revolutions, heavenly art, it shouted. Even though it suffered greatly, almost dying, entire head covered in cracks, it still didn't stop it from launching a vicious counterattack, continuously firing 2 great methods. A great void crack hacked down first, cutting apart the skies, forcibly tearing Sure Hao apart. This was an unmatched method that used the void's secret force, its innate divine ability. Then, The 9 revolutions heavenly art made heaven and earth undergo 9 revolutions, erasing all, wiping out all living things. This was a type of fatal blow. Sure how naturally suffered from the attacks. His entire body greatly shaken. Even though his defensive power was astonishing, also using the single heavenly passage, the dictator within this domain, he still suffered serious injuries. At the same time, he was also using other methods to coordinate with the 6 Tao reincarnations. 6 black holes devoured all, wrapping around heaven and earth, absorbing and sending out the void's secret force. After this great collision, both the man and beast coughed out blood, both of them suffering serious damage. It had to be said that the void beast's skin was rough, flesh thick, defensive power astonishing. Otherwise, how could it compare to Hao's physical body? It definitely wouldn't be able to endure the force. This type of ancient beast was born in the void, a creation of the void's secret force. That was why it had all types of mystical abilities. Attacking it felt as if you were striking nothing. Even if it was truly struck, it was difficult to damage its powerful body's source. Apart from Hao and a few others, there weren't really many young experts in this world who could break through these defenses. This beast was exceptionally frightening. The moment they separated, Hao forcefully gathered magical force, his feet stamping down, wishing to trample that massive head apart, the killing blow. However, for the void beast, this situation wasn't irreversible. In that instant, the flesh turned into nothingness, becoming froth and shadows. It managed to evade this attack. This was a type of humiliation for the void beast because it was running away. Even though it was only temporarily avoiding this strike, it still left it unsatisfied. It had previously said that it was going to kill this little bug, grasp the secrets on his body, yet was injured by this little bug. It could feel like there were 18 cracks on its skull, blood flowing out from them, almost injuring its primordial spirit. This was still the result after it used the void secret force to avoid this attack. At the same time, it was also the result of its 18 horns taking the damage in its place. Otherwise, the damage would be even greater. 6 Tao reincarnations. As soon as they separated, Hao already displayed this type of ancient heavenly art again. Because its power was exceptional, truly quite useful, able to quickly suppress opponents. The void beast was left without a choice, also displaying the 9 revolutions heavenly art. Right at this moment, both of them erupted, their bodies igniting with raging flames, as if they were going to burn down the 9 great heavens. This area was turned into a place of disaster. Fortunately, there was no one else here, or else they would all be burned into dust. The great peaks of this mountain range completely vanished, magma surging out from the earth. Meanwhile, the nearby great rivers even more so turned into a streak of white mist, directly moving towards the source, and then completely evaporating. There were some great lakes, each larger than the last, yet all of them turned into mists, immediately evaporating, leaving behind vast depressions in the earth. This was a great, world-shaking battle. Everything at the ends of the mountain range no longer existed, completely flattened. They were all crushed, turning into smoke and dust. The man and beast fought until they went berserk. One had black hair flying everywhere, body covered in blood, the other with scales fallen off, the horns on its head all cracking. They shouted loudly, roaring, bodies tangling together. Ancient heavenly arts were displayed one after another, destroying heaven and earth. The 2 creatures fought until they went crazy, eyes completely bloodshot, minds going mad. This was a battle of life and death. No one was willing to stop, nor could they stop. This was an unimaginably great, decisive battle. Great Tao flower, if I cultivated a 3rd one, then it would have been great. At this moment, Hao finally understood the significance of the great Tao flower formed from immortal energy. It was pointless to say anything now. Fortunately, he wasn't an ordinary person, his build extremely strong, recovery power astonishing, harmonizing with heaven and earth, currently taking in spiritual essence. At the same time, on the first great Tao flower he cultivated, the indistinct little figure seemed to have finally displayed a bit of use, frightening the void beast a bit. This made the heavenly deity level void king beast feel great apprehension. thus a bit uncomfortable when fighting. It was a bit frustrated, but also felt some fear, frowning as if it recalled some legend, yet couldn't really pinpoint what exactly it was. As a result, its attacks weren't as thorough, not able to decide the situation, carrying some hesitation. This caused it to suffer quite a few trades. Kill! Xianxia shouted loudly. He attacked the void beast relentlessly. Regardless of whether it was the 6 Tao reincarnations or the 9 revolutions heavenly art, they both clashed several times, colliding together. This was the most terrifying confrontation. However, this was also a decisive battle that exhausted the greatest amount of divine force. As a result, they were both on the verge of being completely exhausted. 6 Tao reincarnation's power was exceptional, indeed terrifying, but the consumption was astonishing as well. Xianxia could display it once, twice, 3 times without any issues, but from the 4th and 5th time onwards, he would feel fatigued. If he continued to use it afterwards, then that would start to take a toll on him. By now, the number of times he displayed it already exceeded 9. This number already represented a certain limit in this world. That was why, even if he wasn't facing a strong enemy, he would still be close to falling apart himself. The void beast was facing a similar problem. It breathed in and out, blood flowing out from its mouth and nose. The bones in its body released guzhy sounds, as if it might break apart at any time. Xianxia forcefully endured it, because he often broke through his limit. 9 wasn't his absolute limit, he was going for 10, just like after he made 10 heavenly passages, he went a step further and merged them back to 1. Meanwhile, the void beast was using its own heavenly deity realm cultivation to face Xianxia. Hong. Finally, after another clash, both parties were left in dejected states, unable to display 6 Tao reincarnations or 9 revolutions heavenly art any further. So you can't display that ancient heavenly art anymore, huh? The void beast breathed in and out heavily, sweat and blood covering it. Its body couldn't help but spasm about. It really was too exhausted, too weary, a bit unable to continue. Its eyes carried cold radiance, saying, "Ever heard of one speck becoming a continent, a stalk of grass hacking down the sun, moon, and stars? Any precious technique, when cultivated to its peak, can transcend the world, all unmatched methods, not weaker than heavenly arts. Now that you can't display the ancient heavenly art, it's my turn to take action. Let you bear witness to methods that destroy all techniques." The void beast roared. It was truly angered badly. The injuries it suffered this time were too great, the bones in its body broken. Its eyes carried a vicious look as it began to display might, no longer using heavenly arts, attacking Xianxia only with precious techniques. Oh! When it opened its mouth, endless sword energy swept out, as if a volcano erupted, incredibly massive. They bombarded Xianxia, the sword energy all formed from void secret force. What you said is correct. Ever since I obtained the 6 Tao reincarnation's heavenly art, I've lost my way. However, I still haven't forgotten the precious techniques I am proficient in, each cultivated to their extreme, all lacking the final step. Xianxia shouted. He moved about, body fast to the extreme. A pair of Kuan Peng wings appeared behind him, brandishing powerful winds, a terrifying aura pervading the air. He used the pair of Kuan Peng wings, sending out yin-yang force, refining the divine swords in the void, shattering all of the terrifying beams of light. At the same time, he dove down, using the ultimate Kuan Peng method to attack the void beast. World Furnace, seal the body, the void beast roared. It immediately locked down the void to imprison Xianxia. One could see a massive furnace appear, formed from the void's secret force, sealing and imprisoning Xianxia within. World Furnace, refine! Then it released another great shout. That furnace shone, using the void's secret force as flames to burn Xianxia, wishing to burn him to ashes. It had to be said that the void beast's methods were heaven-reaching. This type of secret technique was not something ordinary people could resist at all. One had to bear in mind that the furnace was formed after acquiring heaven and earth essence, able to refine all things. The entire void was its furnace body, so who could avoid it? Only Xianxia, someone who previously used the void as a furnace, using all Tao as flames to forge himself and cultivate immortal energy, experienced a similar type of torment. Back then, it was 9 deaths, 1 life, almost being extinguished, body and soul erased. However, he made it through in the end. That was why he now had a powerful resistance against this. After being sealed up within, he recalled his experiences in the past. He released a roar, 3 strands of immortal energy tangling together to form a great Tao flower. Hong! His entire being ignited, just like when he broke through the limit in the past and cultivated immortal energy, destroying the void furnace. His entire body released endless light, rushing out. The void beast was stunned. Just how heaven-defying of an existence was this? He was just a youth, yet he broke through its great divine ability in such a straightforward and domineering way. The heaven and earth furnace directly exploded. The void's secret force ravaged about, engulfing heaven and earth. Simply unimaginable. Oh! Sure How released a great roar. Even though his entire body was covered in blood, there was still a type of fragrance. In his surroundings, golden lotuses bloomed. The method he displayed harmonized with heaven and earth, his entire being surging. He became as tall as a mountain, the same size as that void beast, and then rushed over mouth shouting, "Destroy all methods!" He had previously devoured the golden Bodhi fruit, and later on, he cultivated bitterly to grasp a type of special ability, the magical force immunity, able to temporarily make precious techniques lose their effects. Hong! The void beast's skull surged with blood. The secret methods it displayed became useless. Then it felt a type of pain. That massive fist smashed over like a small mountain, striking down on its skull. Pong! The scales fell off, blood flowing in long streams. Evil creature! Accept death! Sure How roared, rising on its body. A hand grabbed a horn on its head, forcibly pressing down. His other hand shone, fiercely striking outwards. Sitting on a void beast, striking down viciously. How many people since the ancient times could do this? To be more precise, this was a void king beast, one of the most powerful creatures. When it grew up, it might be able to become an immortal. Even this type of vicious beast was being pressed down by Sure How. His fists were surging with the radiance of precious techniques and terrifying divine force as they brandished about, continuously smashing down on it. It was struck until it coughed out large amounts of blood, ears and nose all fracturing, entire body scarlet red. The void beast roared, full of anger, even more so a type of humiliation and unwillingness. It had never encountered this type of sinister creature from its birth until now. Insignificant bug! Get away from me! It roared, frantically twisting its body about, trying to display precious techniques. However, right now, everything failed, unable to transfer divine force or display divine abilities. Magical immunity! This youngster was incredibly mysterious, actually accomplishing this type of feat, making its void secret force completely ineffective, precious techniques unable to form and appear. Ah! The void beast roared out, wishing to free itself from Sure How. It was being ridden on, bombarded with attacks, the intense pain making everything before its eyes darken. The sounds of bones fracturing was hard for it to endure. This was a type of humiliation. Even someone like you can sit on my body? Get off me! This vicious beast was going crazy, its entire body rolling about, using secret methods, trying to display divine abilities. However, this only provoked even more terrifying strikes. A brute like you, even if you wanted to be my mount, I would pass. I must kill you today. Forget about riding on your body. I have to step on your head too. Sure How berated. He was truly angry as well, feeling this rage since the start of the battle. His body was flowing with blood, something that rarely happened after his cultivation exceeded his peers. His left hand pressed down on its head, right hand smashing down, almost snapping its neck. Then, another fist followed, arm cocked back, drawing out an arc, smashing towards its face. The void beast was horrified, frantically moving its head to evade. However, this fist still landed. Only it struck down on its eye socket. The bones there immediately ruptured, the corners of its eyes breaking, blood flowing out. It was extremely miserable. At the very least, the void beast had never suffered this type of disaster before. It was simply about to go mad, actually being abused by someone like this. Hong! The next fist smashed down on its chin. In that instant, the void beast cried out, mouth full of bloody suds, teeth all broken. Blood flowed out, sharp teeth falling out. Right now, its mouth was blasted apart. The scene extremely miserable. It was because not only did Shihao use flesh power, he also displayed precious techniques, now using the Kuan Peng method. Endless golden light surged, bringing 108,000 swords into the skies, these swords releasing metallic sounds. Its mouth suffered seriously, cut apart. There were even more so some golden divine swords that stabbed into its mouth and body. Shihao was delivering the fatal blow, wishing to fully kill it, not giving it another opportunity. The void beast cried out miserably. These injuries were too serious, the pain difficult to endure Honglong. It smashed towards the great earth. In addition, it aimed its back towards the ground, wishing to fall on his back, smash Shihao into the earth in that matter and free itself. It was because it truly couldn't take it anymore. This person was sitting on its body, tormenting and humiliating it, smashing down endlessly. It was going to reach a critical state soon. If it was an ordinary person under the Kuan Peng technique's bombardment, they would have directly had their body and soul wiped out. However, the void beast really was strong, flesh incomparable. Even though it couldn't use precious techniques, it could still draw secret force from the void to recover its body. Pong! It smashed into the earth, causing the great earth to crack apart. The great cracks extended for who knew how many li. However, how could Shihao be smashed into the ground? He long jumped out, quickly flipping over, crushing down on its body, pinning it down there. This time, the Kuan Peng precious technique was like an exploding golden sun as it struck down on the space between its brows. Kacha! That was the sound of the forehead bone fracturing. Its flesh was extremely strong, actually stopping it not being blasted through. It was just the space between the brows that suffered a bit of damage. Ow! The void beast released a great roar, eyes widening. It moved its massive head, frantically resisting. Kacha! This was an extremely loud sound. This time, when Shihao smashed outwards, he used the greatest power. The 18 horns collided with the precious techniques and fist radiance. In that instant, a few horns snapped, falling off of its body. These were serious injuries. One had to bear in mind that these horns were the source of its power. Normally, how could they be injured? There was void secret force supporting them, making them incredibly sturdy. However, now someone broke them. This was like the heavens collapsing and earth caving in, the first time the void beast felt such horror. My precious techniques lost efficacy. How could you have this type of ability, like a certain emperor clan from our world? The void beast was stupefied, muttering out of panic. When Shihao heard this, he was immediately shocked. Right, in your world, there were also clans that had similar abilities, but they should have all disappeared from existence. The descendants that remained should all be negligible. The void beast roared, struggling intensely. Shihao was alarmed. He knew that this world had several races that had that type of ability, but he never expected them to only be descendants, let alone that there was a race on the other side of the world that possessed this ability, able to become a great emperor clan. I cannot die. How can I be killed by a trifling race with filthy blood? I am going to live. The void beast was going mad. After its head suffered a blow, its mental state became a bit flustered as well. At this moment, its will to survive surged, making it go even more mad. It struggled intensely. Shihao suppressed it with all his strength, using the most powerful secret methods to kill it. Hong! Finally, a loud sound rang out. Its forehead bone was blasted through. Divine light surged, about to completely kill it. However, right at this time, between its brows, there was an ancient Tao symbol that shot out from its primordial spirit. It released resplendent light, sending Shihao flying. Moreover, this Tao symbol wrapped itself around the void beast, immediately moving sideways. His flesh was quickly recovering. This was without a doubt a divine symbol that could seize heaven and earth essence, unexpectedly able to reconstruct the flesh. The body was recreated, bringing a dying body back to life. Xianxia felt quite bitter. He was already about to kill this void beast, yet this fellow was actually being saved. It was clear that this was a Tao symbol left behind in its body by a great figure to preserve its life, not hoping for it to die in this realm. Xianxia chased after it, not wishing to let it go. However, this Tao symbol was too fast, possessing void force as it moved between heaven and earth. If it was a normal person, they would have long been thrown off. However, Xianxia held the everlasting immortal sword in hand, hacking open the void, crossing the void, pursuing it just like that. Bo! A crisp sound rang through the air. The Tao symbol shattered, thus turning into scattered ashes. Meanwhile, at the same time, the void beast completely recovered. Even the broken horns regenerated, recovering to its peak. Xianxia didn't say a word, only pulling out a crystal with a drop of phoenix true blood sealed within, devouring the precious blood with a single gulp. This was something he specially left behind, precisely for when he encountered a dangerous situation to help him recover his vitality. Bloody mist lingered in the air, endless precious light surged. It was as if a phoenix underwent nirvana. Xianxia's spiritual essence surged, also recovering in that instant. The void beast's eyes were cold. It already recovered its calmness, becoming cold and indifferent again. A bug like you, making me go through that type of torment today, I definitely won't let you die easily. The void beast spoke with an awe-inspiring voice. Already lost, yet still dare to boast? Xianxia mocked. Nothing more than a bit of carelessness, being caught by surprise. However, I know that the magical force immunity cannot be continuously used. Now, you can't display it anymore and I am on guard. What else can you do against me? The void beast spoke in a cold and deep voice. It walked forward, killing energy overflowing into the heavens. What followed was, without a doubt, another great decisive battle. 6 Tao reincarnations and 9 revolutions heavenly arts were displayed to their peak, fighting until the sun and moon seemed to dim, the sky losing color. Primal chaos surged. Blood continuously scattered down. They were entirely scarlet red, bodies in tatters, the battle between the two reaching a climax. Both of them suffered unimaginably serious injuries. What followed was another struggle. The void beast roared. Lower life forms like you with impure blood flowing through your body. Your ancestors have already been defeated, let alone someone like you. Just accept death. It used the most powerful methods. Its divine ability appeared. Walala sounds sounded between heaven and earth. In that instant, 8 enormous chains appeared, charging at Xianxia. Even if he evaded, he still couldn't struggle free. They still shot at him. Walala, the 8 enormous chains came from different directions, winding about like dragons and dripping with blood. They were incredibly sinister in appearance, in the end all locking down Xianxia, imprisoning him in the void. Ha ha! The void beast laughed loudly, incredibly fierce. It opened its bloody mouth and said, "Our clan grasps space. No one can break free from the shackles of the void. With 8 shackles applied to your body, this is a restriction of heaven and earth to issue a judgment. How will you struggle free?" Hong. It didn't waste any time. Out of fear that something unexpected would happen, it opened its mouth, releasing a spatial blade to kill Xianxia. Evil creature, do you think you can kill me? It'll be the Kuan Peng's yin-yang reversal that will kill you, Xianxia said, his body shining. However, he frowned, quickly changing his mind and saying, "The yin-yang reversal still hasn't reached its greatest potential. I'll just use my own precious technique to kill you, also an innate divine ability. It will similarly suppress you, let you fully experience defeat." Fool! You think there's time for you to speak? The void beast said coldly. However, immediately afterwards it was shocked because the other party really did have time. Fragments of time flew about, the power of time moving about, everything immediately becoming different. Xianxia used the second method he obtained from a supreme being bone, reincarnation. Right now, he was using the power of time. Using the divine laws of time to break my laws of space? The void beast cried out, its eyes revealing panic. The power their race feared the most was time, or else the spatial precious technique could be considered unmatched. However, whenever it suffered the corrosion of time, then there might be a great defeat. Ah! The void beast shouted, feeling itself become older, its body's blood essence drying up, becoming incredibly weak. The power of time was without form. When it was used on its body, it immediately seemed to have aged 10,000 years. His body jerked about, finding it difficult to stand. Hung long. The void beast collapsed, smashing into the great earth. Kacha! At the same time, sure how broke the 8 enormous chains, instantly struggling free. He turned into a golden war god, trampling down on the void beast. The life-saving Tao symbol has been used up. What else do you have left? Pooh! Sherhow's foot trampled down, bloody light splashing outwards. The void beast who had time stripped away from it screamed miserably. Half its body was trampled into a bloody mess. Evil creature, hand over your life. There wasn't anything unexpected that happened this time. Half of the void beast's body was even trampled to tatters, so it naturally lost most of its powerful fighting strength. Moreover, at this time, the deteriorated state of its body still hadn't recovered, still incredibly weak, dropping to its declining years. The scales were loose, the horns dull and without light. At this time, forget about sure how, even if it was someone with only one strand of immortal energy, it would be enough to end its life. However, the void beast wasn't an ordinary creature. Even though it already fell to this type of state, it still retaliated, feeling unsatisfied. It was precisely because normally it was high and above other creatures, so it didn't want to lose now, not wishing to die. Oh, who was the one that said this? Our blood is filthy. Your blood is noble and high above. So why are you being trampled under my foot? Sure how mocked. You lowly bug. What does a momentary victory represent? When my world's army truly comes, not even 10,000 of you would be enough to kill all dirty soil. Even though the void beast was being trampled under someone's feet, it was still arrogant and unyielding, still feeling like it was innately superior, having trouble accepting that the people of this realm could injure him. Pong! Towards this void beast who was still acting so arrogant even while being suppressed. Sure how only sent his foot stamping down, crushing its mouth. Blood immediately splashed outwards. It splashed in all directions, teeth flying out. That area was turned into a bloody mush. This scene was as bit pitiful. When had the void beast ever been wronged like this? Being trampled on and beaten, half its body even blasted rotten. Its eyes released a vicious light. It had a feeling that it likely wouldn't be able to escape this, and as such, it stared at Sure how with hatred. At the same time, there was a type of fear, his mind feeling some contradiction. Just speak. Tell me what's going on with your world. Tell me everything you know, and then I'll leave you with your life and use you as my mount. Sure how said. He really wanted to know what kind of ancient world it was on the other side, what kind of creatures there were exactly, why they were so powerful, crushing this realm until they couldn't even breathe. He wanted to know if the cultivation system on the other side was similar to this side's, just how great it was. You can forget about obtaining anything from me. Even someone like you wants to take me as a mount? Keep dreaming, the void beast said. Sure how didn't say another word. Raising his leg again, stamping down. A large half of that tattered mouth directly vanished. It could now only transmit sound through its divine will. Then, Sure how cut open its forehead with a single slash, delivering life and death danger to its primordial spirit, saying, taking you as a mount wouldn't leave me at ease either. I believe that there are still other void beasts in that world of yours, so it's not a big deal even if I catch one later on. Right now, if you want to live, then start explaining. The void beast was furious, and at the same time, it felt even more fear, not knowing what to do. At this time, the power of time disappeared, so its body was already gradually recovering from its aged state. However, how could this void beast who had already lost half its body resist? I won't tell you, it encouraged itself, wishing to make its own will even more resolute. Chi! Right at this time, Xianxia suddenly took action. A sword hacked into its primordial spirit, preventing it from recovering to its peak from its withered state, injuring its primordial spirit. Moreover, Xianxia released a vicious attack, quickly taking action, locking down its divine consciousness. He wanted to forcefully observe the primordial spirit and explore everything. You wouldn't get your way, the void beast roared. It became anxious and angry. One's primordial spirit imprint was their fundamental being. If it was inspected by another, it would mean that there would no longer be any secrets to speak of. Its primordial spirit began to burn, about to explode. Xianxia laughed coldly, forcefully suppressing him, preventing it from detonating itself. However, right at this moment, his body went ice-cold, feeling a wave of chilliness. A sword brandished out, removing its head, and then he quickly withdrew. It was because inside the primordial spirit was a wave of destructive power. There were mysterious symbols that lit up, about to make it collapse. The void beast cried out, "No!" This was the clan's restrictions to prevent their race's most powerful precious technique from leaking out. There were symbols applied to all of their important disciples, so once one explored their primordial spirit, they would explode. The void beast was unwilling to accept this, cried out crazily, igniting its blood essence to stop this. At this moment, it was truly incomparably frightened. In the end, that symbol actually died out, not truly exploding. Wu, your life really is quite persistent. Feel like talking now? Tell me the things I want to know, Xianxia said. Since it was terrified, it meant that it feared death, so perhaps he might be able to obtain some secrets. Forget it. The void beast was unexpectedly still extremely decisive, refusing once again. Then there's nothing left to say. I'll chop you up bit by bit and eat you, Xianxia said. He produced a huge cauldron, poured divine spring water inside, preparing to cook it. Motherfucking! The void beast was a bit flustered, continuously cursing. It had never met an enemy like this before. It was a void beast, the highest level creature with a powerful bloodline. When had it ever fallen to becoming food? This was the first time something like this had happened since the world first formed. It would rather immediately die and burn to ashes than be cooked by another now. You dare! It roared angrily. Why wouldn't I dare? Xianxia was completely composed. He brandished the everlasting immortal sword, and then with a pu sound, he removed a large chunk of flesh from its body that was over 10 zhang tall. When this piece of flesh was removed, it was washed, and then directly thrown into the cauldron. Everything before the void beast's eyes went dark, almost dying from anger right there and then. This was too humiliating. Not only was its body in tatters, its mind was in even greater intense pain. It had never suffered like this before. Hong! The void beast couldn't tolerate this. A special sphere of light rushed out from his head, entering its body. Its head had already been cut off, losing connection with its body. But now, the bones in its limbs shone, and then they ignited, starting to burn. This type of fluctuation was too terrifying. It tore through the heavens, making the void collapse. It was because this was a void beast, so it was quite normal for this type of irregular scene to appear. Xianxia didn't think too much, believing that it was trying to self-destruct, so he backed up. However, as time went on, he felt that something wasn't quite right. That enormous body was burned to ashes, all of its vital energy going up in a blast of light, entering that head. Then, lightning tribulation crashed down, the void rumbling. Rebirth? Xianxia was extremely shocked. This vicious beast was too sinister. Things already developed to this level, don't tell me it was still going to defy the heavens? Its head obtained nourishment, absorbing the void's secret force from all directions, wrapping itself within. A small void beast appeared in its skull, golden and brilliant, about to reappear. Hong! Heaven and earth erupted. Even more frightening void's secret force moving about, powerful to an unimaginable level. Even though there was quite some distance between them, the others also sensed it. An enormous void beast projection appeared in the heavens, overlooking the great earth. This was a type of irregular phenomenon, the might incomparable. Heavens, that's a Void King beast. Is it undergoing rebirth? In the distance, a cry of alarm sounded. The ones who cried out weren't people from Heavenly Deity Institution, but rather someone who came from the other side. These people came from the other world, understanding more. They had previously heard that the Void Beast's rebirth scene would display the ancient ancestors' void projection to assist in the later generations' condensation of void force. Apart from this, there were all different types of irregular scenes. Auspicious light was released in thousands of streaks, divine splendor tens of thousands. It really was a rebirth that was happening. Not good. Once the Void Beast undergoes rebirth, it'll become even stronger. Heavenly Deity Institution's people finally realized something, their expressions becoming grave. At the limits of the mountain range, Xianxia was also a bit surprised when he saw this scene. The ancient ancestor's Void Beast figure was too massive. It was just a blurry figure, but it already made others feel as if they were suffocating. You really are getting carried away by your wishful thinking, Xianxia sneered. He no longer felt any misgivings, rushing over with extreme speed, the everlasting immortal sword hacking down. And he was shocked. He was unexpectedly stopped by the void force. Hong! Suddenly, in the great Tao flower above his head, that indistinct figure opened its eyes, staring forward. The void beast who was currently undergoing rebirth immediately trembled. Then that place collapsed, the void's secret force and ancient ancestor disappeared. This thing is... It stared at the seated figure in Xianxia great Tao flower, revealing a look of alarm. The rebirth failed. The void around it collapsed. It was clear that it couldn't continue living, starting to break apart. Meanwhile, Xianxia was even more decisive, a sword hacking out to prevent it from self-destructing or anything unexpected from happening. Pooh! A sword pierced out. Its head and primordial spirit were cleaved in half, and then exploded, body and soul completely erased. Xianxia searched around this place, carefully putting the cauldron away. He felt extremely heartbroken, saying, "If I knew, I would have directly stored away the entire body." There was only a 10-zhong-sized piece of flesh in the cauldron, which wasn't that small of an amount. However, compared to the entire Void Beast, it was still quite lacking. "This is Void Beast divine meat, Sai. Better than nothing, I guess. Still have something to eat." He didn't cook it here, putting it all away, and then returned to that battlefield. Right now, everyone was fighting, all of them tearing at each other. The ground was covered in blood, corpses laying everywhere. A huge battle being carried out. "Where did you go? Did you see the Void Beast's rebirth?" Wangxi was currently facing an enemy, the two evenly matched. When she saw Xianxia, she asked this. "Saw it, but was chopped up by me." Xianxia replied in a manner that wasn't too fast or slow, his figure rather strange and sinister looking as he stood in the battlefield. When his words sounded, this battlefield immediately became a bit quiet. Who was this person chopped up the Void Beast? This left others a bit stupefied, the news just too astonishing. The Void Beast was definitely a top-level existence, one who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, rarely encountering enemies. Taking a step back, even if it was not a match for someone, it could still run, because their greatest ability was merging into the nothingness. Normally speaking, it was extremely difficult to kill a Void Beast. When others heard these sudden words, they were all stunned. Many cultivators from Heavenly Deity Institution looked over, including Lu Tuo, Princess Yao Yu and others. A chi sounded. Someone laughed. That moment of peace was quickly shattered. Everyone's eyes flickered with radiance. That was a creature from the other side. Moreover, an extraordinary individual even Shen Kuan would find a hard time dealing with. Even someone like you fantasizes about killing the Void Beast? Ha ha! Then, the people on the other side also laughed, carrying amused and mocking expressions, even more so a type of disdain after seeing through a lie. Do you know how extraordinary the Void King clan is? Just now, it was carrying out a rebirth, now already merging with the Void, defensive strength the most powerful, impossible for normal people to penetrate unless they are a great cultivation realm or 2 higher. You are nothing more than a holy sacrifice realm cultivator. Yet you dare boast shamelessly? Oh, you seem to have cultivated immortal energy, but this is far from enough. Truly a joke. The people on the other side ridiculed, all of them laughing, not believing his words at all. It was because in their world's records, the void beast's defensive strength at their greatest was rebirth, merging with heaven and earth, becoming indistinguishable, impossible to overcome. That was why no one believed that Xianxia killed the void beast, merely treating it like a joke. Void Great One definitely concealed itself in the void, needing to rest during rebirth. When it comes out soon afterwards, it'll become even stronger. Should it come out again, it definitely wouldn't be a heavenly deity, but rather entering an even higher great cultivation realm, able to overlook the world under heaven. When the people on this side from Heavenly Deity Institution heard this, they were all stunned. After the void beast underwent rebirth, its defensive power would be this astonishing? Didn't this mean that it was currently laying low, becoming even stronger when it appeared again? Everyone's minds sank. The Void King race's greatest opportunity is the rebirth that follows enlightenment, something they are always hoping for. Great One unexpectedly gained enlightenment here. The creatures on the other side all laughed oppressively. When they looked at Xianxia, they felt like he went too far with his lies, now losing all face. So all of them revealed expressions of ridicule. Xianxia was inwardly shocked as well. Was the void beast really that difficult to kill during its rebirth? However, he felt like it was quite easy, and he didn't suffer any backslash from the void's secret force. Soon after, he thought of that little figure seated in the great Tao flower. Was this related to it? Xianxia thought to himself, having many questions inside. That little figure didn't seem to belong to this world, as if it lived in the past. Did it truly possess such great power? Now that your bullshit is exposed, I reckon you're completely stupefied now, the creatures on the other side directly said. Xianxia gave them a look and then said, I already said that the void beast was chopped up by me. If you don't believe me, you all can try to call out to it and have it come out to fight. One of them said with disdain, everyone knows that once Great One enters rebirth, he will definitely lay dormant for a period of time to concentrate on evolving. How could it come out now? Xianxia really was a bit dumbstruck. He killed a void beast, yet no one believed him. However, this was fine as well. He didn't plan to really show off to begin with, just casually mentioning it. It was up to them if they wanted to believe it. However, there was one thing that was sure. They didn't believe him now, but soon after, when the void beast fully disappeared, not appearing again, everyone would know whether he was speaking the truth or not. At that time, there would naturally be a great disturbance raised. You really are quite interesting, making jokes even now. Princess Xiaoyu spoke, the corners of her mouth revealing a hint of mockery. Many people from Heavenly Deity Institution were looking at Xianxia, some of them speaking with lowered voices, some making fun of him, others angry. Most of them were fighting against the enemy, feeling quite discontent towards this matter. Wang Shi's face was slightly red, feeling like the fella beside her was too unreasonable, even daring to lie about this type of thing, treating it like a contribution, really leaving her ashamed. Can you just understand your place a bit? Talk a bit less? She said to Xianxia. What do you mean speak a bit less? You all don't understand. Isn't it just a void beast? You all treat it like treasure. But for me, it's just a dog. If I want to eat it, I can cut off a chunk or two. When we go back, I'll invite you all to eat void beast meat, Xianxia said carelessly. As for whether it was true or false, he'll let the others decide for themselves. It didn't make a difference for him either way. If Heavenly Deity Institution's people ignored him, then that was fine. It was perfect for avoiding Wind Clan's attention. If they really knew, then they would definitely trace things back to the source, involving Feng Xingtian's matters, seeking him out to settle accounts. Wang Shi's opponent was a white-robed youth. Right now, he released a sneer, feeling this person was quite amusing. He actually dared to speak such nonsense in broad daylight. Brat, it seems like you have quite the mental issues going on in your mind. What are you laughing at by yourself? Xianxia glared at him. When the white-clad youth heard this, his expression immediately became sluggish. What kind of tone was this, actually calling him a brat? What kind of nonsense was this, actually daring to look down on him like this? Do you want to die? The white-clad youth abandoned Wuxia, about to fight an intense battle against Shi Hao. If you aren't convinced, then come. I'll blast you to death with a single fist. Shi Hao cocked his arm, provoking him. The white-clad youth's expression was strange, feeling like there was something strange. Just what kind of background did this fella have? He was ridiculously confident. Didn't he fear being killed? One had to bear in mind that he was evenly matched with a fairy who had 3 strands of immortal energy. How many people could reach this step? The white-clad youth had fought with Wuxia until now, not able to decide victory or defeat all this time. Even a random youngster who showed up dared to boast so shamelessly. You are bringing about your own destruction, the white-clad youth said coldly. He saw the 2 strands of immortal energy Shi Hao was hiding. Just like Wuxia, he couldn't see that Shi Hao had 3 strands of immortal energy. Shi Hao shot him a sidelong glance, the corners of his mouth carrying a sneer as he said, "You can't even beat a girl, still acting so arrogant. Just stop showing off in front of me already. Little Cece. Beat his ass. I better see him start crying soon." When everyone heard this, they were all stupefied. Wuxia had an embarrassed expression on her face, carrying a bit of anger. This fella really was unreasonable, daring to speak randomly even in this type of situation. Really getting more and more out of hand. Just how frivolous was he, speaking like this, humiliating that opponent. The white-clad youth's body flickered, now truly angry. He released powerful killing intent. This fella actually dared to look down on him like this. This was a type of humiliation. Daring to treat a young supreme being with 3 strands of immortal energy like this. Was he tired of living? Many people from Heavenly Deity Institution revealed looks of shock, unable to laugh even if they wanted to. Meanwhile, the creatures on the other side were furious. The white-clad youth's divine courage spoke for itself. Yet this person dared to provoke him like this. No one could see through Shi Hao's hidden strength, all mistaking him for only having a strand or 2 of immortal energy. Feeling both confusion and shock. Was he just looking to die? Death caused by own stupidity. Someone sighed, shaking his heads as he looked at Shi Hao. Even those on the Heavenly Deity Institution side expressed acknowledgement when they heard this. This fellow was too reckless. After shooting his mouth like this, he definitely had to pay the price. Are you the one acting stupid? Shi Hao looked towards that person, also cocking his arm. That person immediately erupted with anger, abandoning his opponent and rushing at him. This was someone who had 2 strands of immortal energy. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, a human body and alligator tail. Of the 3 heads, 1 was human, 1 a lion, and 1 a great pung. It really was unusual, extremely powerful. This was a powerful species on the other side, rumored to still have an ancient ancestor living, magical force reaching the heavens. It had an extremely great status on the other side of the world, all of his descendants king races. Idiot! Come here and accept death. This creature threw itself over. It rose into the air, a leg sweeping out, wishing to kick Shi Hao to death with a single blow. At the same time, its 6 arms all formed imprints, symbols covering everything densely, brilliant like divine rainbows, about to kill Shi Hao. However, Shi Hao was too fast. He left behind an afterimage in his original location, closing the distance in an instant. He appeared in midair, and then like a void beast, grasped heaven and earth, able to move anywhere. Pong! Shi Hao reached out his right arm as fast as lightning, grabbing the ankle that was kicking over horizontally, gripping it rigidly in place like a steel clamp, making this creature feel a piercing pain. If it was physical strength being compared, how many people were comparable to Shi Hao? The 2 of them were a whole level apart. This creature's 6 arms brandished about like 1,000 hands ancient monk, quickly producing magical imprints to kill Shi Hao. However, at this moment, Shi Hao's power erupted, becoming incredibly violent, displaying astonishing power. His entire body surged with endless golden light, and while grabbing this creature's ankles, he fiercely spun it about. It was as if he was swinging around a scarecrow, smashing it crazily against the floor. At this moment, forget about this creature, even the surrounding individuals who were currently watching felt their bodies going numb. This kind of crazy thrashing was just too hard to endure. Xianxia carried it, directly smashing it into the ice-cold floor. Smoke and dust immediately rushed into the sky, the ground rupturing, great earth shaking violently. The reason he was able to do all of this was because of Xianxia's extraordinary speed and strength. The aesthetics of violence was displayed to its fullest, using his overwhelming speed to grab the other party, and then using his incomparable divine force, leading to this kind of result. Meanwhile, during this process, he naturally used precious techniques as well, smashing apart the other party's bones and other parts. That was why the creature on the floor immediately became weak, the 6 hands still in the process of forming imprints when it was smashed into the ground, its faces even more so making intimate contact with the ground. In that instant, his body deformed. He couldn't help but scream, because the pain was difficult to bear. His situation was as miserable could get. This was a small world produced through the cooperation of both the 10 realms diagram and the heaven and earth pouch, so the ground was ridiculously tough. The scene was too horrible to endure, his entire body a bloody mess. Xianxia released a streak of sword energy, directly removing its head, his actions extremely decisive. Anyone else unconvinced? If you want to do something stupid, then come over so you can experience a death caused by your own stupidity, he said absent-mindedly. He had just carried out such violent actions. Yet afterwards, his words were so nonchalant, giving others an extremely strange feeling, momentarily distracted. Much more garbage than the void beast. Those who don't listen have the same end, directly chopped up, Xianxia said. He looked at everyone and said, "Anyone else want to be chopped up?" On the battlefield, a group of people stared at him. This fellow was a bit strange. Could it be that he really was a super powerful expert? However, these people didn't want to believe that this person killed the void beast no matter what. This didn't make sense, extremely unrealistic. The void beast merged with heaven and earth. Even if it was greatly defeated, it could still escape. Shouldn't have been killed that easily. Body cultivation. Right at that moment, someone spoke up, speaking of what Xianxia relied on. Everyone stared blankly, some opening their heavenly eyes to examine him, verifying that they only saw 2 strands of immortal energy, moreover discovering a hidden, 3rd Tao. At the same time, these people realized that there was a special glow to Xianxia's skin, the reflection of when one's flesh reached its peak, entering an extraordinary level. The greatest body cultivation beneath the heavenly deity realm. Someone sucked in a cold breath of air, seeing his current state. Xianxia's flesh and blood were sparkling like jade, without the slightest blemish. From a certain perspective, he was even more perfect than the most beautiful fairies here. His flesh and blood had already reached the peak of this level, to the extent where it even surpassed the limit. The ancient monk's so-called Vajra unbreaking, Zhang's 6 golden body wouldn't even be stronger than him. This was the ancient method's body technique. There were people who cultivated magical force with those who refined the body, but the latter was much more difficult to reach the extreme, even more difficult to attain unmatched great Tao accomplishments. There were many types of precious techniques, all of them the embodiments of cultivating magical force, all of them glorious and flourishing. Since the ancient times, many great figures used this to succeed in the Tao and reach the peak of their lives. However, those with great success in body refinement were extremely rare. This path was full of frustrations, could be considered extremely narrow. How many people could reach its end? Cultivating body techniques meant raising one's flesh to its most powerful level. The hardships of this path were unimaginable. Every step along this journey requiring all types of prices that had to be paid. For example, using divine medicines to refine the muscles and bones, using long-life medicines to refine the blood vessels, using undecaying true spirit's blood to cleanse the marrow and wash the arteries and veins. How could normal people do these things? Just cultivating a body technique was already extremely difficult. Together with these things that were needed, this was practically an impossible path. Moreover, even if one barely managed to gather all of these things and even had exceptional aptitudes, failures far exceeded those who succeeded, 90% of geniuses ultimately giving up on this path. That was why, even though there were long-life families who gathered the materials, few disciples would tread on this path. It really is body cultivation. He actually successfully cultivated it. Someone said with a sigh. Everyone stared at Xianxia, continuously looking at him. Right now, when he readied his body, tightening his muscles, his flesh was powerful and stunning. In his surroundings, heaven and earth spiritual essence surged on its own, nourishing his body. This was an absolute path of the flesh becoming immortal, heading towards the undying. Even now, there were already some traces of this shown. Everyone could only sigh with praise. Once this body cultivation succeeded, it became ridiculously terrifying after all. Princess Yao Yu's eyes shone, her beautiful eyes flickering with radiance. She looked at Xianxia again and again, sizing him up. In the end, she smiled in a charming manner, saying, "No wonder younger sis Wang she saw you as a great treasure, body cultivator a young lad who looks delicate, but is actually quite strong and sturdy, quite the excellent man." She was clearly teasing the others, purposely saying this to ridicule her competitor. When Wang Shi heard this, she immediately shot her a look. "If you want this great treasure, then I'll lend him to you." When she spoke up to hear, she felt like she made a mistake, her face becoming slightly red. "He's yours. Why would I want him? Hehe, so gentle and pretty, but has such a sturdy physique. It really is rarely seen, you know? Are you sure you don't want him?" Princess Yao Yu teased. When everyone heard these two's conversation, they were both speechless. These two fairies with competitive relationship could actually say these types of things. This person's body technique has been refined to the extreme. No wonder he is so powerful. Just now, he used his own strong suit to bully his way over and kill the three-headed six-armed creature. Formidable. You can't let this type of person close the distance, or else your body will be torn apart in an instant. A few people discussed among themselves, all of them creatures from the other side. Xianxia opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but then closed it again. They can interpret things however they wanted to. How did he end up becoming a body cultivator? However, if he thought about it carefully, this wasn't entirely wrong, because his body really did match the characteristics of someone who cultivated the body to the extreme, exceeding the norm. With his current physical achievements, he was precisely someone at the peak of this field, reaching the very forefront of the heavenly deity realm. So what if it's body cultivation? Are you all unconvinced? Feel free to come over. I'll chop all of you up. Xianxia curled his lips. He finally spoke again, putting on an extremely cocky appearance. Everyone looked at him. They just felt like something wasn't quite right, that things didn't match up. He's definitely full of shit. There was someone who spoke in mockery, muttering like this. Many people nodded when they heard this, deeply approving of this. This fella really was too naive, letting things get to his head, like a newborn calf not being scared of a tiger. Who was he trying to challenge? The ones who came were all foreign cultivators, a group of powerful creatures, no lack of even valiant individuals who had 3 strands of immortal energy. "Hey, white-robed kid, who are you glaring at? Come, I'm going to beat your ass." Xianxia fired his mouth again, targeting the youngster who challenged Wang Shi again, because this all started their dispute. The white-robed youth was an exceptional genius. Right now, he was in quite the bad mood. How did he end up being targeted by this fella? Didn't he only speak a few words with disdain and mockery? He felt like bickering with this type of person would lower his status, especially since the other party looked like a 23-year-old youth. Could it be that the other party was pretending to be someone else? "Damn kid, get your ass over here," Xianxia continued, pointing at him. Even though the white-robed youth looked down on Xianxia, always looking down on him, he could still hold it in before. However now, when he was pointed at like this, he finally couldn't take it anymore. "Good for nothing. I've wanted to kill you for quite some time now. If you are seeking death yourself, then not even the heavens can save you," the white-robed youth said. He moved, separating from Wang Shi, breaking away from their battlefield and charged at Hao. You really are going to come to get your ass beat? I'll kill you with a single kick. Hao cried out viciously. The group of people were stupefied. Was he really just that dumb? Or was his strength extremely great? A few people frowned, inwardly assessing the strength of the strongest individual of body technique, coming to the conclusion that his strength might be extremely astonishing, but he shouldn't be able to match someone who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. I'm going to kill you, the white-robed youth said coldly. After walking a certain amount of distance, he no longer moved any closer. He began to form imprints, preparing to take action. Are you scared? Using 3 strands of immortal energy to bully someone with 2 strands of immortal energy, what heroicness is there to speak of? Do you dare to be like him? Only use 2 strands of immortal energy? Wang Shi spoke. She was against the white-robed youth, helping Hao. Exactly, you foreign creatures all call yourself the most powerful, right? Then let's see just how strong you are under the same conditions. Someone from Heavenly Deity Institution spoke in agreement. The people on the other side frowned, saying coldly, restraining yourself would be what is most unfair. Why should he only use 2 strands of immortal energy? The white-robed youth waved his hand, saying, I'll just use 2 strands of immortal energy to face him then. It's similarly enough. The so-called body technique is nothing more than a cultivation method. How could it really make the cultivator himself superior? He shook his head, saying coldly, Today, I will use my supreme might to suppress the so-called body refinement cultivator. Let you all witness our greatness. It was clear that this youth was a formidable individual, with a great background even on the other side. His age really wasn't great, similar to Hao, at most a few months older. However, he already cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. Thus, he was extremely arrogant, looking down on everyone else. He now spoke like this, saying that he was going to use 2 strands of immortal energy to challenge the body cultivator. The Mo family's sister and brother pair are known to be peerless and unmatched, stunning and exceptional, unrivaled in their domain, known to be the ones with the greatest aptitudes since the beginning of history for good reason. There were foreigners who were discussing this, their opinions of this white-robed youth extremely great. He was named Mo Dao, handsome like jade, his reputation extremely great in the world beyond the desolate border. Even the creatures within the ancient realm linked up to Undying Mountain knowing about him. Moreover, he had an older sister named Mo Xian who was similarly stunning, also cultivating 3 strands of immortal energy. Just how many people were there like this in that great earth? Yet his clan had 2 of them. Forget about the world behind the desolate border. This triggered a great commotion even in the ancient realm connected to Undying Mountain. However, this time his older sister didn't come. Those who could reach this step since the ancient times are quite few. I don't really want to kill you either. Leaving a thick-skinned fella like you by my side as a servant shouldn't be too much of a disgrace towards my status. The white-robed youth didn't seem to treat this situation with that much seriousness. 2 strands of immortal energy moved around him. He stood on a large rock, looking down at Hao. When Hao heard this, he began to roar with laughter. I feel like keeping a pretty little boy servant like you might bring me quite some face. After all, you did cultivate 3 strands of immortal energy. How about we make a bet? The loser has to willingly become the other's servant. Everyone began to stare blankly when they heard this, not knowing what to say. These 2 completely different individuals were actually clashing like this. Little boy servant? When the white-robed youth Mo Dao heard this, his nose almost went crooked from anger. This bastard really dared to say anything. Who was he? He was the most powerful of his generation in his region, yet now he was being ridiculed by another like this. One had to bear in mind that this youth looked even younger than himself, and only cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy. Even if he was a body cultivator, he was still far from being comparable. Of course, Hao also found him unsightly. The other party actually wanted to take him on as a follower, thus calling him a little boy servant. At this time, many people on the battlefield heard this. There was blood everywhere on the ground, a few corpses, the scene extremely tragic. However, because these 2 unique individuals were going to carry out a bet, about to carry out a special battle, they thus temporarily stopped. Say, little boy servant, right now it's just empty words. If I win, what if you fly into a fit of rage and don't own up to the deal? Or what if you get too excited and directly get run over? Dying on your own here, who am I going to have to look for to settle things? Wouldn't all of my efforts have been for nothing? Sure, how dawdled about over there. The white-robed youth Emodao's eyes immediately became cold, truly angered badly. How could he endure this type of mockery? What are you randomly saying? How could Emodao possibly lose? He is one of the most powerful geniuses from our world, while you are nothing more than thick-skinned. A little girl shouted angrily, glaring with her large eyes. It was clear that Emodao was quite well known, many cultivators respecting him, especially a few young female cultivators who had good impressions of him, not wishing to hear Hao's nonsense. Emodao, beat him up, try to finish him in 10 moves. Don't let him act so arrogant anymore, someone shouted. These were all creatures from the other world. This was a rare time when all of them felt anger towards a common enemy. Hao looked at them. When he saw that these creatures were all of the same origin as those from this world, he could only shake his head, not feeling like retorting. Emodao's face fell. He looked at Hao and said, "You don't have to worry. Emodao, in the end, is someone whose reputation has moved a region. So even if you are shameless, I will still uphold my dignity. As long as I am defeated, I will definitely admit defeat." "Hey, little white, can you not shoot your mouth?" Hao said. "Who is this little white?" Emodao glared out, killing intent surging. "Soft skin, tender flesh, wearing white clothes. If you aren't trying to be a pretty playboy, then what else are you trying to accomplish?" Hao said with a laugh. "Fight!" Even though the white-robed youth was extremely handsome, right now, there was a type of domineeringness. He only spoke this single word, and then took action, his entire being fierce like a heavenly sword. His sharp eyebrows shot up vertically, eyes deep, loftiness completely changing. It was as if a war god had revived, the energy released terrifying. "Hey! Don't back out now. You can only use 2 strands of immortal energy," Wang Shi reminded. The white-robed youth's face was gloomy. He had previously teased her when he first rushed at Wang Shi, precisely targeting her because of her status as an immortal descendant, to go against a long-life family. However, this situation now left him feeling a bit uncomfortable. Lu Tuo, Shen Kuan, and the others were all paying close attention to him, wishing to see how those of the other world were different. Even though they all encountered opponents just now, the more they understood, the more advantageous it would be for them. "Hee, what a good friend. Siding with him like this." Yao Yu teased Wang Shi. "Are you a student from my heavenly deity institution or not? Someone on our side acting like they aren't." Wang Shi retorted. Princess Yao Yu was surprisingly stumped for words. She opened her mouth, but didn't argue back. At this time, black light surged. The white-clad youth Emodao displayed astonishing might. Even though he only used 2 strands of immortal energy, that type of appearance was still quite intimidating. He looked delicate and pretty, but once he displayed might, it was as if he merged with the spirit of a war god. Hong! An expanse of flowing light shot out from his palms and fingers. Upon closer inspection, they were all vermilion birds, numbering in the hundreds and thousands, forming a fiery red expanse. It was as if raging flames were burning. The ground immediately melted, even the void burned until it collapsed, the temperature just too great. One had to bear in mind that this was the small world formed from both the 10 realms diagram and heaven and earth pouch, the sturdiness far surpassing the outside world, yet it was still affected to this extent from this attack, so one could see just how powerful it was. One artifact to shatter all methods. Hao's appearance was imposing as he shouted. They all thought he would produce some kind of weapon, but who would have thought that he was just randomly shouting, in the end still releasing a finger to fire streak after streak of light, blasting those vermilion birds. "Where's your weapon? What artifact shattering all methods? There's no weapon at all." The foreign creatures roared out, all of them mocking him. "What do you all understand? The weapon isn't in the hand, but the heart. My weapon has already been used, attacking the will, invisible, Can't you see that he's frowning? It has already taken effect, Shihao said cockily. I actually ended up falling for something like this. Mo Dao really wanted to shout out. He really was a bit bewildered. Didn't this fellow walk the path of flesh to immortality? Why didn't this really seem to be the case when he attacked? Body cultivation usually had extremely short range yet powerful attacks, fast like lightning. Once they started fighting, they would shoot over like a streak of light, closing the distance and unleashing destructive blows. However, this fella before him didn't look like the conventional type at all, not like a true unmatched body cultivator. However, this person really did cultivate his flesh to an extreme state, a genuine article. This was what Mo Dao thought. Vermilion birds filled the skies, but they were all shot through, destroyed by Shihao purely through divine force. Peace was restored to the skies. Only this was just the beginning. The flames overflowed. Mo Dao was surrounded by divine light, enveloped within natural laws like a true immortal, heroic and extraordinary. When he raised his hand, a streak of 5-colored divine light descended. Hong! With Li flames as the source, and then the 5 elements divine force merging with it, the precious technique that was produced was exceptionally terrifying. Everyone's expressions changed. Even though he only used 2 strands of immortal energy, this type of power could definitely kill other cultivators with 2 strands of immortal energy. This precious technique was exceptionally powerful, supported by the power of 5 elements, and it was cultivated to a perfected level. When Shihao evaded, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the secret force of these 5 elements swirled, changing in the void, continuously flickering about, actually opening up a small world, about to cover him within. See, everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. What was a great divine ability? Only this type of highest level of enlightenment, a unique insight achieved through displaying a profound mystery to its peak was. The 5 elements quickly arranged themselves. Mo Dao took action, producing a small world, forming a cage, wishing to seal Shihao inside and refine him on the spot. Good. I knew senior brother Mo Dao's magical force was great, suppressing and capturing this hateful person in less than 10 moves. A young lady cried out happily. Pong! Shihao's hands formed imprints. This was a strange imprint that merged both the Kuan Pong technique and Lightning Emperor method, a divine ability that strengthened his flesh, allowing him to immediately break through the 5 elements' energy and make his way out. What kind of strange magical imprint was this? Everyone frowned, actually unable to recognize it. At the same time, Shihao moved through the air, rushing at Mo Dao, releasing the most powerful attack. World in sleeve, Mo Dao released shouted. His white sleeves moved, and then strong winds roared, the world experiencing great changes, about to suck Shihao into his great sleeve. Shihao didn't move out of the way, instead facing it head-on, as if he was taking the initiative to fall into the trap. Careful, don't let him approach. He is a body cultivator. Someone cried out in alarm, loudly reminding. Mo Dao naturally wouldn't make this elementary mistake. Even though his large sleeves moved, trying to suck Shihao inside, that was just a space that was created, not really Mo Dao's true body that approached. Following a whoo sound, Shihao entered, but immediately afterwards, that area became chaotic. With a loud noise, Mo Dao's large sleeve exploded. Shihao slaughtered his way over, immortal energy surrounding his body. His hand formed magical imprints, smashing forward. Shwa! Like a flash of light, Mo Dao evaded swiftly to the side, revealing a look of alarm. Hong! Shihao released another strike, his movements great, smashing apart that area of the void. Everyone's expressions changed, all of them sucking in a breath of cold air. Was this body cultivation? To smash apart the void with every punch and kick, not even displaying any special precious techniques? This type of person was too dangerous. If the distance was closed, or if they were caught, they would be directly torn apart. White-robed kid, you don't seem to be all that. Are these the methods of your side? Not much different from the precious techniques on our side at all, Shihao said. When the cultivators on the other side heard this, they all revealed cold expression, as if he had touched their bottom line. Mo Dao said coldly. Naturally not the same. What I displayed so far are all Dao methods stolen from your side of the world, previous spoils of war. This time, it was heavenly deity institutions people whose expressions changed. This was a type of humiliation. Their predecessors were greatly defeated, many of their secret texts stolen, falling into the hands of the creatures on the other side. Are you prepared to serve your role as a little servant boy? Shihao asked. After hearing those words, he didn't have any other thoughts, only wishing to end this battle as soon as possible and have someone to order around. Regardless of whether it was the Void Beast battle or fighting against Mo Dao, Shihao's actions in the beginning were all to scout out the other party, for the sake of learning about their world. But now he wasn't in the mood anymore. He wanted to use the most powerful methods to decide the winner and loser. Shihao was like a meteor as he smashed over intensely. Immortal energy pervaded the air, holy light shining brilliantly. His hand formed magical imprints, blasting the white-robed youth Mo Dao. His power right now had, without a doubt, reached an extreme. At the very least, it gave others the feeling of the peak of what two strands of immortal energy could display. It was as if an ancient true immortal revived, resplendent divine light surging, terrifying fluctuations rippling and covering everything. Shihao was too fast, arriving in the blink of an eye, his magical imprints smashing down. Mo Dao's expression became grave. When he raised his hand, 9 imprints appeared, rumbling about as if there was heavenly thunder crashing down. His hands were moving too quickly. He displayed an ancient method, producing 9 magical imprints in an instant, merging together, power exceptional. 9 types of divine abilities all appeared, merging together here and releasing blinding light as if heaven and earth were being opened, power incomparable. Everyone cried out in alarm. This was an ancient heavenly art, a strange ancient method. It could support 9 types of precious techniques, merge them into a single most powerful attack. Honglong. Terrifying energy erupted between the two, leaving everyone shocked. In that instant, under this type of explosion, a strange trace of fluctuations flowed out. Then, the white-robed youth's expression turned white, becoming exceptionally horrified, quickly backing up. Shihao approached quickly, attacking at him. Mo Dao felt some restraining fear towards body cultivators, so he always maintained a set distance between them. Otherwise, it would have been extremely dangerous just now. It was because in that instant, he felt as if the precious techniques he displayed instantly weakened, almost about to lose their effects. That was why he withdrew extremely decisively into the distance. He had previously experienced this type of situation once before. Mo Dao was a genius with heaven-warping talent, having the fortune of ascending Undying Mountain and entering the true mysterious ancient realm, obtaining the guidance of unmatched figures. He had encountered a member of an ancient emperor race before, discovering with shock that this clan possessed magical immunity. At the time, the proud and arrogant Mo Dao suffered a huge loss from their very first exchange, almost being defeated in just a few moves. Even though it was just an exchange of pointers, this had dealt him a tremendous mental blow. That was why this event left him with an extremely deep impression, something he wouldn't forget for the rest of his life. Later on, he thought bitterly for ways of dealing with this, deciding that he had to immediately pull open the distance between them as soon as possible, that he couldn't be reckless at all. Otherwise, under the magical immunity's effects, it would be the same as trapping himself. Moreover, he had examined a few ancient texts, his gains from them tremendous. He had previously researched, later on even more so challenged that emperor race member, understanding how to deal with him. That was why as soon as Shihao began to display his ability, Mo Dao immediately sensed it, carrying confusion and shock as he quickly evaded outwards. It was only because of this that he could avoid this disaster. Mo Dao wasn't sure, but a strange intuition was telling him that the other party was extremely dangerous, that he shouldn't clash with him head-on and to instead evade outwards. As for whether this really was the best course of action, he couldn't say for certain. Shihao was quite shocked. He wanted to seize victory with a single strike, but never expected that the other party would be so vigilant, immediately evading out. If it was anyone else, they would have already been captured. Wu, why are you so cowardly, always running? Didn't you say you were going to suppress me? Acting like this really isn't good, Xianxia said. The white-robed youth Dao's eyes were deep and cold as he stared at Xianxia, wishing to see through him, understand what was going on. Otherwise, he really wouldn't feel too at ease. Xianxia put away that ability. This ability has been growing with each passing day, increasing with his cultivation. Just now, it had just begun, yet the other party already ran, so he decided to directly end it. If it was in the past, he definitely wouldn't have been able to accomplish this. Once this ability was displayed, it would continue until it lost effectiveness. You aren't a pure human, but a descendant of an emperor clan? Dao's expression was serious, speculating here. When these words sounded, everyone became shocked. What was he saying? What are you even talking about? What emperor clan? I am the emperor clan myself. What descendant of emperor race? Nonsense, Xianxia retorted. Regardless of whether it was the heavenly deity institution's people or the creatures of the other side, they were both quite shocked, expressing confusion. Why were emperor clans mentioned? Xianxia took action again, his body like a flood dragon, tearing apart the void, rushing murderously at the white-robed youth, using his most powerful physique to fight him head-on. Dao evaded, continuously forming imprints. There was no way he was going to compete in physical strength against this person, only using the most powerful magical force to bombard him from the distance. Great rumbling sounds rang through the air. Powerful divine force rippled outwards, rising and falling here, grand and boundless, overflowing into the heavens like a great sea. However, there was one thing that one was certain of, which was that regardless of whether it was Xianxia or Dao, they both complied with the agreement, not using their third strand of immortal energy, only having 2 strands of immortal energy around their bodies. Dao was proud, believing that he wouldn't be defeated. Meanwhile, Xianxia was confident, attacking powerfully, trying to assess the other party's true power. An intense battle was carried out. The two fought, both of them using killing methods, wishing to defeat the other party. Pong! Even though their bodies never made contact, the large hands and fists that were produced collided from time to time, these the derivations of precious techniques. It was as if true bodies collided. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 100 moves. Everyone was shocked, not expecting these two to be evenly matched. The foreign cultivators were all shocked. What kind of person was Dao? He was known as the pride of heaven, exceptional in his area, yet now he found this body cultivator difficult to deal with. Not long ago, there were still a few young ladies crying out, believing that Dao could finish Xianxia in 10 moves. But now, this battle still hadn't been decided after 100 moves, leaving them stunned and then feeling worry. Heavenly deity institutions people were even more shocked. Wang Shi's so-called Dao friend was simply defying the heavens, actually able to fight on equal footing with this white-robed youth, truly leaving the crowd shocked. Even though that white-robed youth was restricting himself, only using 2 strands of immortal energy. After all, he had unmatched aptitude, even more so an undefeated conviction, but this battle was evenly matched. Everyone was speechless, watching the battle nervously. Not good. You cannot approach him. That's a body cultivator. A few foreign youngsters cried out in alarm, worrying for Dao. It was because when these two people approached, the distance wasn't that far. This type of situation was extremely unfavorable for the white-robed youth. However, the ones who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy didn't utter a word, the eyes of every one of them brilliant, becoming even more brilliant as they stared at the battlefield. Dang! The 2 precious technique collided, their bodies clashing for the first time. The white-robed youth was unexpectedly not seriously injured. Heavens! A physical clash! What is going on? Senior brother Mo is taking risks. This is too dangerous. There were young ladies who cried out, faces turning pale. Stop shouting, those who cultivate 3 strands of immortal energy, even if they aren't body cultivators, their bodies still won't be that much inferior, similarly sturdy. There is no way the other party can rip it apart in a short amount of time. Someone said coldly, Precisely a girl who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, her aura like that of a leopard. She had previously fought a great battle against Lu Tuo. In reality, this really was the case. Sure, Hao's flesh was powerful, but there was no way he could immediately kill someone with 3 strands of immortal energy purely based on his physical power. Back then, regardless of whether it was against Ning Chuan or the Void Beast, there were physical exchanges that happened. Even though his own physique was even stronger, he still couldn't hope for this attack to deal the fatal blow. What kind of magical imprint is that? The crowd cried out in alarm. Mo Dao's movements were extremely strange, deriving a wave of mysterious Dao aura. Several magical imprints merged together, the great power unexpectedly affecting the world itself. In a daze, it was as if heaven and earth's laws were disturbed. Sure Hao was shocked. What kind of ancient method was this? He wanted to use the ability within him, using magical immunity to kill the enemy. However, right now, the secret power of his flesh was stirring a bit restlessly, uneasy under the opponent's hand imprint, as if a hibernating true dragon was going to rise up into the sky, but also as if it was going to run. This was something that had never happened before. Right now, Mo Dao was shocked. He was sure that the other party was the same as that ancient emperor clan from the world behind Undying Mountain, grasping that type of terrifying ability. What Sure Hao was currently experiencing came from some damaged methods in ancient immortal Dao records that could suppress the magical immunity ability. For the sake of obtaining this type of ancient method, Mo Dao had previously studied many ancient texts, and he had also earnestly asked for guidance, and only then did he obtain these ancient inheritances from a well-known figure from another emperor clan. Only, when dealing with this type of ability, there were no magical imprints that could completely neutralize it. This could only be considered a type of disturbance, a type of weakening method. It was rumored that in immortal ancient great era, there was someone who created an undamaged magical imprint that could suppress this Dao, but it had long been lost. At the same time, there was another method to neutralize it, which was to walk the path of body cultivation, to not use precious technique, directly fighting with the flesh. Those types of people were extremely terrifying. Right now, the heavens split and earth cracked, ghosts wept and gods howled. After Mo Dao used several damaged magical imprints together, this place became hazy, seemingly disturbing the balance of heaven and earth. It stopped its normal operation, all types of irregular scenes appearing. Meanwhile, this was the case for Sure Hao's body as well, in chaos. That type of ability couldn't be effectively displayed. Mo Dao used this chance to frantically attack, using his greatest power to display an ancient heavenly art, merging 9 great precious techniques to defeat Sure Hao. This still isn't enough, Sure Hao shouted. Even though that type of ability was slightly obstructed, interfered with, his divine ability was still there, his body still unmatched, able to endure it. Moreover, he released the most powerful counterattack. Sure Hao wanted to use the 6 Dao Reincarnation's heavenly art, but in the end, he still endured it, not activating it in front of everyone. It was because after persisting for a short period of time, he scattered the interference, that type of ability appearing again. Hong! The scene completely exploded. Sure Hao's magical immunity activated, charging forward fearlessly to attack his opponent. Mo Dao's expression changed, releasing a sigh. Things were likely going to be troublesome now. His magical techniques lost effectiveness, so how could he fight against Sure Hao under such close distance? A flesh struggle was unavoidable. There was nothing worse than this. The other party was a body refinement cultivator, while he wasn't. Dang! The two's palms and fingers collided as fists, as if steel struck against each other. Sparks flying in all directions, divine force surging. Many people were shocked. Mo Dao was this powerful, his flesh comparable to a body cultivator? How can someone who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy be like everyone else? Even if he didn't cultivate body techniques, his body is still rarely seen in this world, someone said. However, this type of balance couldn't be maintained for a long time. A while later, the space between Mo Dao's thumb and forefinger split, both of his hands bloody, his arms starting to shake as well. He was in great danger. Apart from using his physical strength to suppress the other party, He also used the most powerful precious technique, the battle situation immediately turning in his favor. Hong! Mo Dao coughed out a large mouthful of blood, being sent flying. Wang! Sure how continuously formed imprints, his body like a dragon, tangling about Mo Dao, continuously taking action, leaving him seriously injured. Then, with a pung sound, sure how locked down the other party. Under the magical immunity situation, he made breakthrough progress capturing this person. My servant, do you admit defeat or not? He asked with a smile. Everyone became stunned. Mo Dao was captured, now a prisoner. Could it be that he really had to admit his losses, willingly become that youngster's little boy servant? Those young ladies simply felt like crying. Normally, they felt great adoration towards Mo Dao, but now that he was captured, they were all stupefied, feeling worry for him, tears about to fall.